Hello everybody and welcome to Battle of the Sexes here live from the Garrison Library in Gibraltar. It is round 6. We had the rest day yesterday, halfway through this wonderful match, and so far it is as close as you like. The women's team, consisting of 10 of the best, most exciting young and experienced prospects in the world of chess, leading by 1 point over an assortment of top talent in the men's team. Again, a lovely mixture of experienced, well-rounded chess players. The current score is 25.5, 24.5 in favor of the women. And today, it is the men who will all have the white pieces. If you've joined us for the first time, this is a very special event. It's the first of its kind, really. It's a 10-player team match, 10 men, 10 women, fighting for a prize fund of £100,000. The winning team gets £75,000 and the losing team gets £25,000. So £50,000 difference between the men and women. A lot to play for and a lot of pride on the line. I'm with Irina again. Irina, we've seen some really just, for me, I mean, I'm a chess fan, you're a chess fan, we're chess players, but the games have been so entertaining so far. No boring stuff at all.
Indeed, I've enjoyed so much, especially the last 2 days, because it feels that now the battle is closer and closer, and all the players start to feel a little bit of the pressure. And you know, I just talked to one of the players from the ladies' team, and she was telling me, you know, I wished that we would win with a better score on the previous day, because now I'm not sure if we are up to the task. So, you know, it will be interesting.
It's going to be close. Before the tournament, I had the ladies down as big favorites. Now, as you say, things are much more close than I had actually expected. But with another 5 games to go, that's 50 games total with 10 boards. Anything can happen. Now, today, what I suggest is we just look at the pairings today. Let's see who is playing who. All right, so round 6, board 1, Ravi Harrier against Irene Sukanda. That's a pretty close match. Ravi had a wonderful position against Gunai, didn't convert, very surprising. Irene lost a tough game as well. What do you expect about this match here?
I believe Ravi will try to play for a win in this one. But I really believe that Irene's had quite a good tournament so far. And yeah, that's going to be definitely an interesting matchup. And actually, the next game which we have, Joe Gallagher versus Jansai Abdumalik, looks also very interesting. Because Joe just won 2 days ago against Gunai, a very crazy and interesting game. And Jansai herself had a few quieter days after she lost the game. Then she made a draw, then another. And I'm definitely looking forward to this one.
Yeah, Joe, you know, I spend a lot of time with Joe. He's got the Swiss flag, but he's English, and known Joe for many years. And Joe told me that what tends to happen, he's a bit older. He's probably, I don't know if he's older than Pia, but he's in that age region. And he said, for me, it takes a bit of, I'm like an old car. I need to warm up. And he gets better as the tournament goes on. And I tend to agree with him. And I think this is a dangerous game for Jansai, because I think she's going to actually play quite aggressively. And I think Joe is ready to play an aggressive game with white. So that should be very interesting.
That's going to be a lot of fun, no?
Yeah. Now, this is an interesting one. Bobby Cheng against Gunai Mamadzada. The reason this is interesting is because Bobby Cheng is just insanely solid. I mean, I didn't really know much about Bobby before this tournament, but he really doesn't risk a lot. And Gunai does risk a lot, so it's a big clash of styles in this.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Gunai will maybe try to play a more solid game, because she came after 3 very tough games. She scored half a point out of them, and she was in trouble. So I believe that maybe she will try just to focus on finding good moves and not taking as many risks as before.
Yeah, it could very well be. It'd be interesting to see. Balazs Chonka, another very solid guy against Pia, who is solid, but also she she's very good with the initiative, actually, Pia. I realized in this tournament she can take the bull by the horns very nicely, but she's
She
got
likes
black.
the counter chances,
Yes.
so every time she can allow her opponent to have the initiative, but whenever he makes an inaccuracy, she will find the best way for her counter chances.
Yeah, agreed. So that's an interesting matchup. Eric Rosen, the fan favorite. Most people watching this stream, or at least a lot of them, are as a result of Eric playing. He's got a huge following online. He's pretty much perhaps the second or third most viewed chess player on the internet with his channel. So welcome all Eric fans. And by the way, I know we get a lot of requests in chat on YouTube or Twitch. Let's look at Eric's game. Let's look at Eric's game. We have to look at all the games. This isn't the Eric Rosen Congress. This is the Battle of the Sexes. But we will, of course, cover Eric's game. And today, Eric is playing white against Marie Sabag. Now, I have to say, of all the players so far, Marie has been the least ambitious, let's say, because Marie unfortunately caught corona just before this event, and I spoke with her and she said it just took the wind out of me, and I find it difficult to really pour my energy in. And I think Eric will look at this game today and think, this is a good bounce back spot, because he had a tough loss against Maria Muzichuk in a position which he shouldn't have lost. Yeah, he should have made a draw. And now he's white today. I think he'll be optimistic. So
Right.
let's see. Okay, next match, Irina. Sabina Brunella against Maria Muzichuk. How do you see that one?
Well, Sabina has won 3 games in a row, so he definitely has the momentum. And Maria has the black pieces. And, well, I believe that the men's team captain will be trying to go for all in this one.
I think so. I think Sabino, the momentum is on his side. He's white, and he's definitely going to be trying hard against Maria Muzichuk, who played for the World Championship. We were at lunch slightly earlier, and it was in 2016. She was nearly world champion. She's still
Actually, she was world champion.
Oh, sorry.
She won the world knockout championship.
She won the knockout championship,
yeah,
right.
And then she played a match against Hu Yifan, who was actually the challenger in that moment.
Right. Beg your pardon, yes. So Maria, class player, on paper the favorite, but Sabino, well underrated. Jillian Boilia against Olga Girya, very difficult matchup. I think Olga will be looking to actually win this one with black. Jillian has shown that he's a bit erratic. He's a bit susceptible.
He's taking a lot of risks,
yes,
and he's playing the openings which are kind of offbeat. So Girya, being a very solid and well-prepared theoretically player, I believe she will try to win this one.
Agreed. There is Jillian there in his patented top hat. Very quiet guy, but very nice guy. Hussein Aziz playing Nino Batsiashvili. I've had a chance to get to know Hussein a bit more over the past few days. Also very nice guy. Playing Nino, who is a class player, class grandmaster. And this should be also another interesting one where I think Nino will be looking to win, because she's had a few bad results, and I think she wants to get a win today.
Right, but also I've watched the interview of Hussein, and I actually encourage you to watch those interviews with the players on our GibChess channel, because they are really interesting. And it was so fun that he was saying that he told his teammates, guys, I'm here to play very solid chess, and I will be trying to make all the games a draw, you know. And yes, I mean, 2 days before, he wanted actually to take a few risks, and it did not go so well. He was in trouble, and I believe he will be back at the very solid strategy today.
Could very well be. And the final 2 games, Bilal Belassin against Jovanka Huska. Also spoke with Bilal quite a lot in the past few days. Really nice young guy with the Algerian flag there, but I believe he was born in France. I think he's only 23 years old. Very exciting player. He's got a very creative side to him, but also risks a lot, to be honest, Bilal. But that's going to get him a lot of wins, and he's going to suffer a few losses. Today, there's absolutely no question with white against Jovanka. He's looking to win this game. There's no other result that he...
Yeah, I believe it is one of the toughest match for the ladies team in today's game. Jovanka had a disappointing drawback in the last game when she was winning, and then she had to take the draw and settle for it. So I believe it is not the easiest moment for her psychologically, especially since playing against a very aggressive player.
That's right, yeah. And the final match on the board is Leandro Chris against Marcel Efroimski. Leandro, you know, a nice, very nice player, solid player, playing against Marcel, who's also a little bit erratic. I think that's also quite a difficult game for Marcel to deal with Leandro's style. So I think you're right, Irina. I think today we haven't seen a really big result from one team or the other. And I actually spoke with Joe Gallagher, and we have just a little like fun bet where I said there will be one round where one team scores 7 or more.
Really?
I said that because I believe there will be one round where there will be a blowout one way or the other.
So you think that players will be willing to take more risks towards the end?
Or maybe even like now, let's say, for example. And I think today, looking at these pairings, I can actually see a catastrophe awaiting for, unfortunately, I have to say, the girls. This is a day where...
I have to disagree with you.
Really?
Yeah,
okay, well,
yeah.
no. I'm not saying it will happen. All the matches have been close, of course, but I can see, for example, like if you had to ask me the predictions, I would say that I think Ravi has got a good chance. I think Bilal has got a good chance. I think Leandro and Sabino and Bobby, I can see there being like 4 wins, 4 draws and a loss.
What happened to Lawrence? It seemed
I
like
don't
after
know.
the rest day you got closer to the men's team, because I felt you were more of a supporter of the ladies one.
I am more of a supporter. You know, but I got to support my brothers. You know, we're a fraternity here, and we gotta stick together. Now, everybody who's watching, whether you're on YouTube or Twitch, we are mostly monitoring the YouTube chat. If you do want to interact with us, please make the questions friendly and, of course, relevant to the chess. We're not interested in your political views or anything like that. Any spam, you will be booted out the chat, of course. And but please do engage with us, and we will read the most interesting comments or questions. So, where should we go first? I'll let you choose. Oh, really?
No, I believe that's not the case. I believe the result is not there. It's because it was also written that it was a draw after 2 moves. So I believe it's just a glitch.
It has to be a glitch. No. So don't worry, Joe Gallagher against Shensai is not a draw. Let's go to a game. You choose the first one, if you like.
Let's try Ravi against Irene.
Okay. Well, not much to discuss here so far.
We are still in the theory of the Italian game.
Yep.
And perhaps things are only starting. We've seen a lot of Italian in Vaikanze. Also in our tournament we've seen it a few times, but mostly, was it the d4 line we've seen? We've
seen the d4 line here a lot. We've also seen d3 a couple of times, I believe. But yeah, we've seen the old variation, but this is the Gioco Pianissimo, the very quiet Italian game, which you know, is basically dominating top-level chess at the moment. So
I have seen recently some strange ideas where white goes at some point for knight a3 and then black takes bishop takes a3, b takes. And I've never seen it before Vaikanze. It was actually the first time I saw that plan. I'm curious, are these players aware of that? I'm sure they must be. And if that will be played, that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, Ravi certainly is. I mean, Ravi is very, very booked up, knowledgeable in the opening. So we'll see. Okay, so we'll come back to that one. Let's go to somewhere else. The Bobby Cheng game looks interesting. Let's go to that.
Check that one.
Yeah, because we had a...
Ah, that's interesting. That's once again the Bogo Indian.
which you know a lot about.
Indeed.
So you can walk us through this. So
Oh, and I'm really excited,
okay.
sorry, right, because after knight bd2, black has two ways of playing this one. Black could go for b6, with the idea that after a3, black takes on d2, and then goes for a quiet plan with bishop b7, castle, knight e4, d6, knight d7, and so on. So white kind of has a small edge because white's got the pair of bishops and will probably try for something like b4, bishop b2 and things like that. But I believe black is doing fine, and that's actually the variation I recommend in my course. But actually short castle is also quite interesting because I believe it's more like playing for a win line, because you try to provoke white to overexpand. So after a3, this very interesting bishop e7 move, and now after e4, black goes d6. And now you kind of want to get into those kind of King's Indian structures, but white's knight is already on d2. And in the King's Indian, you want really to have the knight on c3, and that's the big difference, and I believe black is doing fine here. And e4 is one of the main lines, and now white has a choice. White can play bishop d3 or bishop e2. After bishop d3, there is actually e5. Well, I believe black is doing more than fine here.
Okay.
I believe it's a very interesting choice by Gunay, because with white, if you make a few inaccurate moves, you're going to be in strategical trouble in this kind of positions.
Yeah, because black can get a good hold over the dark squares, and this knight is a bit misplaced. The knight would much rather be on c3, for example, in this variation.
And the bishop e2 is actually the best move in this position. Yeah, exactly, because it's avoiding that e5 immediately. And now black prepares it by playing knight f2 d7. And the other knight will want to go, let's say you play here short castle, I play e5. And now after an eventual d5, I can go for a5, and then the second knight from b8 comes to c5. And the knight from d7 stays very well there because I can potentially play f5. I believe this game is going to be a lot of fun.
Right. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. A nice strategic battle there. What about Sabino Brunella against Musicek? Well, we have a very theoretical position. We have a Queen's Gambit declined, which turned into a Slav. So Maria opting to go for a Slav. And the move 6, Queen c2. Played by Brunello. Of course, this is one of the main line here. Bishop d3 or bishop e2 is no question the absolute main line. And now
then
after
black takes.
Yeah, and we get a Meran, basically, and tons of theory, but Queen c2 has been played, bishop to d6 and bishop to d3. Another way of playing, both sides looking to try to get in e4 quickly, and actually after castles, castles, did she castle? Yes, she did.
I believe, yeah.
Yeah, castles. In this position here, again, tons and tons of theory.
I believe Sabino was also on the other side of the board some rounds before in this position, and he played that plan with queen e6 and bishop a3 after white's b3 and bishop b2. We've actually seen this position quite a few times now in this tournament.
We've seen like b6, b3, bishop b7, bishop b2. In fact, Sabino already had this, didn't he? Probably.
Yeah, definitely. And then queen e7, and so on. And so on. I'm actually thinking that it's gonna be a very solid game, and probably Maria will not have any risks taken. And actually, she plays e5.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very critical variation. This was seen. This first came on the scene a few years ago, and the point is here that black immediately looks to resolve the problem of this bishop on c8, and we get very forcing lines. For example, after c takes d5, c takes d5, and now the move e4 was all the rage for a long time. Some very heavy computer analysis where white ends up a pawn up after, let's say, takes and knight takes d5, and all kinds of things happen, like there's a change here, and then White eventually wins his pawn on d4, but it was kind of shown that black is doing okay. Now, Maria is a professional chess player. She's a world champion, and there's absolutely no way that she enters this variation without having checked it for recent games and recent novelties.
Definitely. And I actually recall that there was a very recent game in the Tata style. It was Vidit Caruana, I believe. And exactly that variation which you've just shown us, c takes, and e4 was on the board. And actually they were saying that white had a little edge there, but now with the modern engines, it's just drawing out towards a draw.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that is the nature of modern day chess. Sometimes, even with the small advantage, there's just nothing to do if you go down these theoretical lines. So we'll see what happens in that one. Let's go to another game, perhaps. And let's go to, well, lots of stuff going on. You choose if you... Should we look at Joe? No, Joe Gallagher has got a very peaceful game so far against Jansaya. We have a Spanish opening and 5d3, very popular line, and d6 now by Jansaya. One of the ways to be combative against 5d3.
And I actually really like this setup for black because black will develop the bishop from f8 on g7, so that's the most common plan in these positions. g6, bishop g7, castle, b5, and then try to somehow make d5 work. White has got already a choice here because white might play c4, which is more of a strategically complex battle, or white might go for the usual plans with short castle, c3, knight d2, rook e1, and then bring the knight towards e3 or g3. Somehow I believe that this line is not especially ambitious for white, even though I recall some very good recent games where white actually won at very top level with this line. And I will be very curious to see Joe in this type of a strategical battle because he has had so many tactical crazy games. Let's see if he tries to outplay his very young but talented opponent in a quiet game.
We'll see what happens there. All right. Where should we go next?
Let's check the game between Leandro and Marcel. What was it?
Leandro playing white. We have a form of English, a quiet English, that then transposes into a very well-known structure with an isolated queen's pawn. So
exactly.
Marcel has voluntarily gone in for this. Bishop d7, protecting the knight castles, bishop d6 and b3. And I think this is a very, very good choice by Leandro in terms of an opening.
But black is also doing absolutely fine here because, well, there are still a lot of light pieces on the board. And actually black will look for some chances to attack white's king and in the same time prepare the d4 breakthrough if the knight from d4 goes, let's say, to f3. And on the other hand, white will try not to allow that breakthrough and play against the isolated d5 pawn.
Yeah, and black has got one of those isolated queen's pawn positions where she's got all of her pieces, which is normally really good. You want to keep as many pieces on. And of course, you've got all this initiative against the white king, but it's not so easy to manufacture something. And I think Leandro is doing very well, keeping the game potentially very modest and quiet.
You know what I dislike in white's position is the thing that we will have to sort of lose a move and return with the bishop from b5 to either d3 or e2, you know. Because the black bishop on d7 is doing fine, so you basically forced me to make a useful move. And taking on c6, I believe, will not really be an option because, well, then my pawn on d5 will become all right. And that is why I believe black might have just enough time to not run into any sort of positional trouble.
Potentially, yes.
But still, of course, it will be a really complicated game, right?
Indeed. Indeed. So, all right. So we'll see what happens there. That's going to be very, very interesting. Bilal against Jovanka is, or they're going very slowly, actually. We had another Slav, so today is day of the Slav, it looks like. E3, E6, and it's on Bilal here who hasn't moved. And I wonder if he's, of course, if we have knight f3, we have the same position we had in the
Sabina versus Maria game.
exactly. And I wonder if Bilal, who's a wild player, is actually thinking about this move here.
Really. It
That's
would
my
be so
thought.
funny because he has played g4 against
He has.
Irene in the Nimta. And yeah, knowing him, it might be actually what he has
I
in
think
mind
so.
now.
He loves this move. It's flavor of the month to run this g-pawn up the board. It's completely insane to a certain extent.
But he cannot do that without prepared it
I think
beforehand,
so.
right?
Yeah, I think so.
It would be very risky.
Yeah, but we'll see because I mean he's pausing here, and of course the main move is just to play knight f3 or something. So very interesting that he's pausing to think about what to do in this position right now.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Let's carry on, and let's now go to Balazs Csonka against Pierre Kramlin because we've got a very, very unbalanced game here, which is good because I want to see Balazs in a bit of a, let's say, more wild affair. I want to see how he does. He played an Alpin, c3 Sicilian, first time we've seen this. Knight f6, one of the main lines, push, knight d5, and knight to f3 by Balazs Csonka, knight to c6, and bishop to c4. One of the main lines, not the only line. You can go d4 here naturally,
Right.
but bishop c4, well
Knight
known.
b6.
Knight b6, bishop to b3, and now the move pawn to c4. Again, this line has been known for years and years. Black kicks the bishop away and stops white being able to get the big center with d4. And in the old days, at least when I was watching this opening, the old line used to go queen to c7.
Short castle?
No.
Because I think this is the move here, sacrificing the
Yes. Nowadays, white, I believe, probably castles. But when I was, as I say, growing up reading books, it was protect the pawn, and then black had this phenomenal move,
G5.
pawn to g5. Yeah, trying to kick this knight away with g4, and if you take after queen takes e5, black is doing fine, basically.
So back in the old times, they were actually playing really modern.
Yeah, like players like Luc van Vele were playing like this, and other players. But nowadays, apparently, the move d6 was played by Pierre. E takes d6, and now this move e5.
Yeah, I actually know quite a bit about this line.
Okay.
And I believe white has an edge here.
Okay.
There are a few plans. You could start with a4. a4, I believe, if I recall correctly, it should be the main move. And then bishop takes d6, a5, knight to d7, and now d3. The point being that you want black to take on d3 and after take with the queen on d3. And somehow you make it more difficult for black to castle on the king side. And in the same time, let's say after a move like queen e7 or something like that, you can go there for knight d2. And then the knight comes to e4 or to c4. There are a lot of wild lines. I'm not sure I'm remembering it correctly, but I believe that until knight d7, it's exactly how things are going. Perhaps later it's slightly different, but it will gonna be a very, very wild game, and I really like what Balazs is doing.
He castled.
This I believe isn't. Oh, or maybe I am wrong. Who knows? But yeah, my memory was telling me a4, but. Perhaps short castle is also fine. But here black will have enough time to castle, no? Because after bishop d6, d3, or d4, yeah. You are not, you don't have to take there, right? You can just castle immediately.
Not sure, because now after I take...
Knight takes?
Okay, you're in trouble.
Am I missing something? So you have queen h5. I'm still not sure that it is
It's
that bad.
maybe it's not that bad, but it is a pawn, and that's something. And even
But
if
wait, you could have played queen h5
yeah, but
here.
queen h5 f5.
Some bishop g5 maybe.
Yeah, this is another way of playing, but I just wasn't sure that this is anything too special, basically, for white.
Right. No, yeah, it definitely looks like a good try for white. What about am I forced to take on to play short castle? Maybe I can take on d4 instead. So short castle, bishop d6, d4, and now e takes d4,
Yeah, I was
just to
thinking
avoid
about
those
this.
lines.
Yeah, I was thinking, okay, if I throw in a check.
Should I play bishop e7?
Yeah, bishop e7. What if I just take like this now, cd4?
I will castle, I believe.
Yeah, and on knight c3, bishop g4.
Yeah, it seems like black is doing all right here, no?
Probably.
Because I've got all my pieces developed, and yeah, there shouldn't be a reason to be.
Unless d5 is awkward. That's...
What is going on after bishop takes f3?
I have the same trick. I can take on h7.
And then queen e4. You want
Yeah.
after knight d4 to take on h7,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, and then
Just to show this line, king h7, queen e4. It still might be all right. King g8, queen d4, and bishop f6.
Sure. Yeah, could still be all right. But white is the one who has the options, right? After like here.
Take. Perhaps. Also, queen d5 might run actually into bishop h6.
I mean, and that's just a rough guide, right? That's just
Yeah.
not
Definitely.
even. So yeah, I mean, there are things to consider. I'd be curious because bishop takes d6 is kind of the move.
There could be that white might argue that d3 is also a move.
Right.
Because short castle once again will run into the same tactics, right? After d takes c4, knight c4, and queen d3, I believe.
Exactly.
With a double attack. Yeah, interesting. That's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, that's going to be one to keep an eye out for sure. And okay, let us go to a game that we haven't seen yet, and I think the Jillian game we haven't seen against Olga Girya. So let's have a look at Jillian Balya.
Oh, that's already an interesting position. All right, so it was a Nimzo with queen c2 and c5.
Yeah, so a classical Nimzo c5, d takes c5 and castles, knight f3, knight a6. Again, a very old school way of playing this position, actually.
Right.
By Olga, g3, knight takes c5, and bishop g2. So Jillian playing very logically, just getting his pieces out. Knight fe4, and Jillian accepting the double pawns after takes, and b6.
And it's actually not that easy here, because you might think that with that doubled pawns on a semi-opened file, black might be doing just really, really well. But having the pair of bishops, if white manages to make that knight from e4 go away, then play e4 himself, it might be the case that black might not have enough time to attack those c-pawns. But I think I would take black in these types of position, actually, because it's just so much safer to play a position which is strategically fine, and white has actually to come with somewhat in order to prove that those weaknesses are not that bad.
Yeah, agreed. It's definitely one of those positions where Olga is clearly saying that she wants to be optimistic today, and she can outplay Jillian. That simply that if she gets a position where she's got strategic pluses, she's going to outplay Jillian. I guess here that there is no immediate way to punish. What about the move knight g5? That's the only thing I was...
Bishop
No, you lose a piece.
I cannot
Bishop
play
b7,
bishop
knight takes
b7.
e4 is a piece.
No, Olga should have something in mind. Perhaps is she just gonna sacrifice an exchange? Could that be the case? I'm
Knight
not
takes
sure.
g5, bishop takes a8. Looks
Looks quite
looks
strange.
risky, yeah.
But she has 1:32 on the clock, so it's
Yeah.
definitely she's got. Perhaps just a move like f5. What are
Oh yeah, f5, sorry.
could
So
I play that one?
f5, and if I take,
I take back with the knight, I believe, right?
yeah, and you could sacrifice a pawn like this. This looks reasonable, and
some
maybe,
bishop a6.
yeah, that looks like a reasonable.
But then the position will dry out towards a draw really fast, and it is actually not Julian's style to play like this. He tries to go for more complicated, chaotic positions. But yeah, a very interesting one by Olga. And I believe also the fact that she has not spent a minute so far will make Julian choose something else.
Yeah, could very well be. Let's go and see Eric Rosen, shall we? We've got his game against Marie Sabag, playing with white, and he plays the London system.
I believe he was saying that it's one of his favorite openings. Oh, and we've actually got the first result of the day. Sabina versus Maria was just a draw.
Yeah.
And actually that's what we kind of expected from the opening they've got.
Yeah, indeed. We'll quickly look at how that ended in a draw. Basically, we last checked it out over here. C takes d5, and Sabino did play e4. E takes d4, knight takes d5, all forcing. Pawn to h6. This is the key move that was found in recent years. Now it looks as though white wins a pawn with knight takes d4, but black has got the resource queen h4, hitting this pawn. Now and attacking the knight, so white is forced to play the move knight f3, and the queen simply comes up to h5. And now black's plan is very obvious. He either wants to play knight e5 or knight f6. And so white plays bishop h7, king h8, and queen to f5. This is all basically well known, offering the trade of queens. And a draw was agreed here because after the move knight f6, next...
Bishop takes c8, let's say. Rook takes c8.
There's no sensible way to defend this pawn because you can go rook d1, but then black gets very active with rook c2.
And you cannot really develop the pieces harmoniously here with white. You'd like to develop that bishop from c1, but the pawn on b2 is hanging. And yeah, it's just...
Maybe rook c2 here is bad after knight d4 actually, but black does have a move here.
Perhaps even rook f to d8, no?
Rook f to d8, but maybe you could, I can't remember, maybe you can just go rook c5 and try and win a pawn back.
And after
but then bishop e3. Yeah, I'm a bit worried that I'm dropping a pawn after bishop takes a7. Even this position might be playable, but yeah, this isn't probably right. So I can't remember exactly why, but Maria would know. Yeah, rook f d8. Just put rook f d8, something like this, bishop e3, bishop b8.
Yeah, and the pawn on d5 will eventually fall. And yeah, I believe it is a very good result for the ladies' team because Sabina was definitely on fire, winning 3 games in a row. And a draw seems like a fair result with the black pieces. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. Fair result, and both can have more or less a rest day. Okay. We said we were going with Eric's game, so let's have a look at what was happening there. We had a mainline London system with this move knight bd2, which gained a lot of attention thanks to Magnus Carlsen, who played this a few times at very top level. I remember at the London Chess Classic, he played like this, an early knight bd2.
Could I ask you something?
Yes.
Do you know why this system is called the London system?
No.
Was it first played in London?
I have absolutely no idea, but I guess so. But I don't know. I don't know the reason why it's called the London system. Funnily enough, no.
That will be interesting to find out
Yeah.
about it, and perhaps some of our viewers could enlighten us on the origins of this opening's name.
Indeed. And just to point out what was going on in these games in this system, after the move Queen b6, which is the reason why years and years ago White didn't really play. I mean, effectively, the London system used to be played more with an earlier c3 to be able to meet Queen b6 with Queen to b3, and then Magnus came up with this idea that after knight f3, knight f6, even here again c3 is possible, but after knight bd2, Queen b6, it looks annoying because black is attacking both d4 and b2, but here White has got the move d takes c5, and this was found basically, and Queen takes b2. I think I can't exactly remember the reason why, but my understanding is that this is a very, very dangerous move for black, and all kinds of stuff can happen with rook b1, and you can get
the queen trapped quite quite easily.
Probably something like this, and the queen can get trapped, and you can get in big trouble. So they don't do that anymore. And Marie played the move which I believe is the main antidote. And knight to h5 it's a really clever move because you're trying to win this bishop, but apparently Eric knows his stuff and just took this pawn on c5 anyway, and after takes White is temporarily a pawn up.
But Marie played queen to a5.
Yeah.
And now the pawn from c5 cannot be defended by the knight because it's pinned to the king. So black will gonna get that pawn back, but White is arguing that meanwhile he will be able to develop some initiative, and being ahead in the development might have an edge. I actually like what White's been doing so far.
Yeah, and after queen to a5, if you develop normally here as White, you're not going to have very much. So Eric plays the critical move, pawn to c4.
But now there is a very big question. Is d4 a bad move? Because that's what I would be tempted to calculate first. Because if I take on c4, then you take with the bishop on c4, and I somehow help you to develop one more piece. I'm not sure that's what I wanted to do. And if I just continue that development with bishop e2, then again you take on c4, so I just lose a move and will have to take on c4. But d4 seems interesting.
Yeah, d4 is interesting. Of course, the first move that comes to mind.
a3, definitely.
Yeah, and after you take to go b4, but queen d6 attacks the pawn, and I think it's going to be a question of has Eric done some serious work on this line?
For example, knight b3, let's say, because I believe I shouldn't have enough time to protect the f4 pawn, right? Let's just attack the d4 one. But then the position is quite open, so if I take on f4 here, knight takes on d4, I take again. And now if you go for an endgame, I have the pair of bishops. You have overextended on the queen side. There will be some a5 moves coming. I don't think that will be a very good endgame for White. So knight takes d4, yeah.
Yeah, and it can get tricky even before then, you know, a move like queen e5 check.
Or even bishop g4 might be.
Yeah, or even bishop g4 immediately. There's a lot of things going on here, but you're right, it doesn't feel like that's the way. So I wonder if Marie will go d4. The only other thing I was thinking is, can White just, for example, after a3 here, b4, queen d6, just play g3, and either develop with the bishop on d3 or fianchetto and try and castle?
I believe the fianchetto might be actually out of question, because I might play some d3 move, you know, and I'm not sure that's gonna be fine for White. I seem to like this position actually more for black for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Because it feels like e5 might be coming very quickly, maybe perhaps even immediately.
Yeah. This is an annoying idea. So, be very curious to see what.
Yeah, I will be actually changing my evaluation. I said that I liked what White was doing, but I believe that this d4 move will put some problems. Perhaps I'm not seeing something.
Well, I mean, White could just play bishop d3.
Yeah, try to be just developing the pieces, and now let's say queen c5.
Queen c5 and just castle and.
Yeah, this seems like the better way to proceed with White.
Could very well be. Not sure about.
I could probably go for g6 or something like that. Knight b3, queen d6 I've always got. The bishop
Well,
on
not
g7
sure.
will protect. No?
Well, you've got to be a little. I mean, yeah, knight b3. I don't like. I would just go knight e4 here with White probably. You can't go queen f5 because of check, winning the
Right.
queen. And if you come to h5, the queen looks a little stranger. And now after rook e1, there are ideas of knight
d6.
knight d6. So I think you actually have to be quite
Bit
precise
careful.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like bishop d3 is a good way of continuing for black after d4. So, for white, sorry.
Yeah.
So white should first develop and only then start creating threats. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting game if Marie will choose this d4 move with chances for both sides actually. I'm quite excited about this one, I have to say. And I saw that our viewers were saying that the London system is called like that because it came into fashion in the 1922 London tournament.
Yeah, that tournament, I don't know which one that was. Which famous tournament that was in London. I can't think of it off the top of my head. But there you go. Apparently in the London 1922 tournament. I'm curious who was playing that tournament. It was played and it was called the London. There you go. So the score so far was just on the screen there, if you saw that. 25.5 to 24.5 in favor of the women. So it's a very, very close match. And today is going to be a critical round. Every round is critical now.
I have a question for
Yes.
you. Do you have any lines to which you've made a big theoretical contribution and could be called after your name?
I would say yes, I have.
Which one would that be?
Ooh.
Of course, if you are fine disclosing that that secret.
I think there's a line in the Birds opening that was important that I found. There's a line. I would have to go through my games to think, but certainly in the Birds opening there is a variation.
And are they actually any of them already called after you?
No, but I want them to. So anybody watching who's got the ability to put that in writing, please do. And you?
I don't have any of them called after me, but I've got one line which I really want to, because I've developed it myself. It was
But
my
you've
idea,
played it
and I've played it like, I don't know, probably I have 20 games in it already. So I'm actually choosing it every time I get an opportunity, especially that because I want to call to
You
be
want it
called
to be
after
called,
me.
yeah.
But you know, somebody told me that you have to be a GM in order for a line to be called after you.
No.
Would that be correct?
I don't think that's correct. That
And,
just is not correct.
Yeah, that
No,
wouldn't be fair.
There are tons of IMs who have got a line, I think.
But how does a lion get your name, actually?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Is there a commission who decides
There is a
on
commission.
that?
Yeah, there's a commission. You probably just have to bribe them.
All right. We'll have to find out more about that.
I'm curious, but there have been some famous players, of course, who have never had a line named after them. For example, have you heard of the Caruana variation?
Not really.
Have you heard of the Carlsen variation?
Interesting.
Have you heard of the Nepomniachtchi variation? No.
Exactly. And that's why I believe it might be so special to have a line called after you.
It would be special, but
It just would feel like you're staying in the history, right?
exactly. When you're gone, people can still play your
Bulmaga line.
the Bulmaga variation. Yeah.
Yeah, I would love that.
Let's see. Let's see if we can make it happen. All right, all right. What else is going on? Is there a game we haven't visited yet?
Did we check the game between Hussein and Nino?
Probably not. Hussein and Nino. Ah, no, we didn't. Let's have a look.
Oh, it's such a solid
I'm not
line
sure.
for white. No?
I'm not sure. I mean, the position on the board has got a bit of life. Let's have a look. So we had a 4 knights game and Scotch 4 knights.
And actually, bishop d3 followed. Castle, castle.
Yeah, castles, castles, d5.
d5.
And here Hussein plays a slight sideline, which I really like that he played this, because the main line here for years was to take, and develop the bishop to g5. And after c6, now in this position, when I was growing up, it was always this move. And then suddenly the quiet move h3 got very popular a few years ago. In any case, black is doing fine against both. But here, Hussein plays a very interesting line, the move bishop to d2.
What is the idea of this one? Does white has an immediate threat or idea here? Is e5 already a possibility?
e5 might be a threat. But my big question is, if you take on c3, I take back, and you take here,
No,
what's the big idea?
I actually have to say that I know nothing about it, but it looks like queen h5. Or is there just f5 gonna happen? Not
Queen
sure.
h5. Really?
I don't know. I was just trying to make it work. But I don't see much after f5 actually. I don't see anything.
Even queen g5.
Yeah, no, queen h5 is a terrible
Queen
move.
h5 is not the way. So what's the idea after takes, and knight takes e4? Is it just to take?
And play
Because
some-
this is very, very, very dry.
I seem to recall now something.
Takes, and
Some bishop e5.
bishop e5 or
or
bishop
something.
a5 or something. But it
Yeah, I
can't
think
be.
I've seen it somewhere already, and white was slightly better there. Yeah, but my memory isn't so great here.
Yeah, me neither. I actually don't think I've seen this move, which is. Yeah,
But Nino played rook to b8 actually,
yeah,
right?
she did, and I'm just. Yeah. Apparently, this is just a line, but how much better can white be here? And the answer is surely not that much better. But maybe Nino wanted to keep the position basically a bit more alive, so she played rook b8, which is a clever move because it protects the bishop, which is important because sometimes there are some discovered attacks.
Exactly.
So rook b8, rook e1.
And Hussein actually played the move a3 here, which I don't like at all, I have to say.
I like it.
You know why I don't like it? Because I believe that the bishop on b4 will have to go back at some point anyways. Did white actually have to spend a tempi on it?
Oh, I see.
He really wants to make black take on c3, right? That's the point.
Right. So what happens if black does take on c3? So takes,
Bishop takes.
takes, and now we've got two options again of taking on e4. Let's say we take this way. Knight takes e4. Well, bishop takes e4, d takes e4, and then
Rook takes e4 is a possibility actually immediately even.
Oh, rook takes e4 immediately, yeah. That does. It's a bit funny, isn't it?
Yes.
But okay, black can take. Of course, you cannot take because of the back rank, but oops, I can play a move like bishop e6. But yeah,
here, rook a4.
yeah.
who knows? It should be all right, but white is definitely the one playing for a win here. So I believe Nino might not actually take on c3, no?
Yeah, she might not. She might go...
What about a move like bishop c5? Will white then play a move like... No.
Well, now I think...
Cannot.
Oh, no, e5, knight g4, sorry. After bishop c5...
I'm a bit worried about the f2 square.
Okay, so here, probably we're just going to go h3. And the point is you can't take on b2 because knight a4
Right.
is a double attack. So,
What am I gonna do then?
so oh, sorry, bishop c5, h3.
All right, let's assume I play... but now you want to go for e5, right?
Yeah, now I might be threatening you. So let's say you go bishop e6 or trying to get your pieces out. I go e5, knight to d7. I feel like I've succeeded here.
Yeah, actually, I like how white has progressed here. But maybe it's still all right for black.
Should be okay for black still, probably.
Because I want to go for those... maybe not immediately, but eventually I will want to go for f6, right?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
Because the f2 pawn might become a target.
Possibly, but I don't know with the rook on e8 if f6...
Okay, I meant something like knight f8 and then f6.
Possibly.
Because if I allow you to play f4 and f5, then I might be in trouble, even though it will not be that easy for white to achieve
Exactly. I mean, here the move that screams out to be played is queen h5,
yeah.
knight
f8.
f8, and now...
I've got bishop e7 if you try bishop g5, right?
Yeah, and I was just wondering if I go king h1 with the idea of running the pawn. I can't move it now because it's pinned. I was just wondering if you can take. You probably can. It's a bit annoying.
Yeah, my bishop on e6 is doing a fine job protecting f7.
Maybe something like this is even possible.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't made a bad move with black. Why should I be in trouble, right?
Exactly. So I'm not exactly sure. After a3, and Nino's having a good think here.
Bishop d6 might also be an option in order to stop those e5s. That might actually be better, perhaps. Because once again, white will have to get an answer to the bishop h2 ideas, and after king h2, some knight g4, queen h4 coming, like this very typical attacking idea. Yeah, and probably white will have to play quite in the same manner with h3, then some queen f3, bishop g5. The pawn on b2, on the other hand, will be hanging here because you haven't got knight a4 anymore.
Exactly. So some serious considerations there for Nina. JRB in the chat says the 1922 tournament in London, Capablanca won with Alekhine second and some other top players, Moroxi, Yates, Urva, Bolyubov, Reti, Tartakova, Rubinstein and Vidmar. So basically an all-star tournament. And I'm a bit embarrassed that I couldn't remember that tournament. I'm getting confused with some Baden-Baden tournaments around that time and others. But apparently in that London 1922 tournament, lots of London systems. So good to know. And what am I looking at here, Mr. Eric Rosen? Has he prepared something spicy at home? B4. So Marie took back on c5 immediately.
No, that cannot be preparation.
And why not? Of course it can.
But look how much time he's taken to come to this position.
That's okay. He might be bluffing. Pawn to b4. Now let's understand this. So attacking the queen, there are obviously two ways to take that pawn. If you take with the queen, you run into pawn takes on d5. And now suddenly this knight doesn't really have I say it doesn't have a good square. It can come to d4. But white is getting some initiative here after rook to b1. Looks like you force knight takes f3, pretty much.
Right.
Queen takes f3, and I really like this for white because the next move is going to be bishop b5 check. So anywhere the queen goes, you're going to throw in this check. And then black has to be very careful simply not to be losing immediately here. A move like
knight c4.
Yeah, knight c4. And already it looks like curtains for black because after queen c7, I'm going to throw in this move, pawn to d6.
Oh, yeah.
And if you take, I'm going to take, and take here. I'm not worried about even queen e6 check. I'm probably just even good after king d2.
But yeah, you could have played knight e3.
I could have played knight e3, but I was, in fact, I haven't worked this out till the very end after check and king d8. Felt like this was winning though. Maybe not.
Yeah, perhaps. But there was no reason.
There was no reason to do this.
Exactly.
But in any case, it's obvious that white is getting this huge initiative.
What about knight takes b4?
Yeah, that's the move that felt more reasonable. And now I'm sure Eric's idea is to play knight b3.
Yeah, this one, oh, yeah, I'm not sure how to feel about it. Because first I considered queen to d6.
Yeah, queen to d6.
But then I did not like so much a3.
Exactly. a3, you kick the knight away. If it comes to c6, once more, we gain time hitting this knight.
So you probably have to go somewhere else
A6.
on a6.
Yeah. And now again, I think if you're Eric, you have to play in the spirit of the position and take on d5 anyways. Because we're not worried about queen takes f4, because once again,
Definitely.
bishop b5 check at least stops black from castling. And in fact, here I wouldn't even be concerned with white whatsoever. I would probably just think that I'm close to winning here as white, basically, from a practical perspective, because the king never finds shelter, and we're only a pawn down.
I have to agree.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And I'm going to cheat very quickly. And not only do I love it, as my spidey senses say have been confirmed, just flicked on the computer, and the computer also loves it, which means...
I'm surprised.
It's a surprising move, but I promise you, I think this is home preparation.
But can it be? I mean, queen c5 wasn't forced. What about the d4 move? Could he be...
Yeah, but I mean, queen c5, if you know this line with white, and Eric plays the London system all the time, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that he's seen this move before. No doubt in my mind.
No, but a fantastic resource, and it might be just a big shock for Marie, because until this moment her opponents were, you know, trying to be containing her in a sort of way, and here Eric just goes for the point. He just says,
Incredible.
I want to beat you today.
Just incredible. And I fear for Marie now, because this is a very unpleasant moment. You're facing somebody who is clearly aware of the lines, and now as black you have to calculate, and it's really unpleasant because you look at 2 or 3 variations, you see, oh, white gets all this initiative, what is the best? And I actually can see Marie spending like, I don't know how long she's spent already, but I can see her spending another 10-15 minutes at least in this position. So it's going to be a tough one for Marie today.
Definitely.
Yeah. Let's go to another position which looks interesting. I'll tell you what, we'll go back to Bobby Cheng against Gunai, because in fact something similar to what you mentioned is on the board. We last saw bishop to e2, black, and this move knight fd7. Bobby Cheng played b4, and indeed e5 and d5, as you said, and a5 in typical King's Indian style, fighting for the squares. Bishop to b2, though, keeping hold of something. And now queen e8 by Gunai Mamadzada. She's trying to get the queen active, because after castle's f5...
The queen might come to g6, right?
Although I'm not entirely convinced by this, though. It's something about it. It could be all right, but I'm not 100% sure.
The only thing black has to be careful about is moves like c5 by white. But here I don't see a real threat. Is there any threat after c5? Not exactly, right?
No, c5 is very logical, trying to collapse this black position, and sometimes the knight can come to c4, and there are lots of different ideas here. After c5 is definitely very thematic. If I take on f5, what is black's main idea? Is it to go knight f6?
Yeah, it should be a move which we try, even though I'm not sure if after bishop d3 everything works out, because I don't want to give that pawn away for good. But perhaps there is some queen h5 here, no? Who knows?
Could be. Yeah, this is certainly possible, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, this is definitely a worst version of the just old Indian or King's Indian anyway for white. And that's exactly why this line with short castle and bishop e7 has become so very popular. And actually black scores hugely there. Black has like more than 50%.
Wow.
And with black that's
that's huge.
Unbelievable, yeah. I think this is one of white's, how to say, stone or somehow against the Bogo Indian.
Yeah, indeed. Very interesting. As I say, I don't know. I mean, lots of different ideas here for white. So Bobby has got to have a good think about what he wants to do. So we'll.
One idea is to somehow try to bring the knight from f3 to d3. But then black might close up the king side. Yeah, that would be interesting.
I quite like this move, knight e1. I think that's a very valid move here.
Because you're never entirely sure that these f4 moves work. Because, yeah,
even now bishop g4 might be an idea.
Yeah, and you cannot really calculate, 20 moves ahead, because you will start an attack on the king side with black, but meanwhile white will try to open up the queen side, and you cannot really be sure what's going on there.
Yeah, I like knight e1. Knight e1, I think it's a good idea.
But perhaps black could try something different. Maybe try to take on e4 and play something with knight f6, or I don't know, even though...
Well, now you've got the e4 square as white, so
yeah.
simply bishop d3 and queen c2. I don't love this for black. It feels like a King's Indian where your bishop on e7 is much worse than when it's on g7, and I don't know. It's the sort of position I would be happy with white. If this ever happens, I get happy here with white.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see that, what Gunay chooses. I also seem to remember that instead of f5, there was a very nice, instead of all this queen 8 f5, there was an interesting plan with just c6, trying to first fix the pawn structure on the queen side and only then decide if to go for f5 or not. But yeah, we'll see how this game develops, and we'll be keeping an eye on that.
Yeah. I think this is probably a good moment for us to go for our first break of today. So we are an hour into the action, and we have one result we saw earlier, the draw between Sabina Brunel and Mario Muzichuk, following a very well-known line in the Slav, which normally ends in a draw, so no surprise there. But we've got 9 now very interesting games ongoing. We'll be back in a few minutes with more of today's action. So don't go anywhere. See you shortly.
See you in a minute.
Hello everybody and welcome back to round 6 of Battle of the Sexes here in Gibraltar. We are in the opening stages of today's round. We've had a quick draw early on. If you've just joined us, we had a draw between Sabina Brunello and Maria Musiciuk in a very theoretical line. No surprise there, meaning we've got 9 games still going on. And before the round I said I thought today was a great opportunity for the boys. And I have to say, Irina, sorry to say, but I'm liking my chances with the boys today, because I'm looking at the remaining positions and I see at least 2 positions which look very difficult, maybe even 3, maybe even 4 positions which I'm starting to really like white. So I think the girls have got a big challenge today, and I'd like us to go first to the Balázs Csonka game against Pierre Kramling. We were having a look at this in the break very quickly.
Right. Let's check it, because it seems like Balázs has a very interesting opening preparation here, one which I was not aware of, even though I'm playing this line with white myself. So, yeah, I'll have some homework to do here, it seems.
Yeah, let's have a look. Let's get straight to this position. We last left it around this move here, b3. Actually, no, sorry, slightly earlier. After e5 castles, Interestingly and surprisingly, Pia did not take back on d6 with the bishop. She
Yeah.
decided to take with the queen.
I think she was probably afraid of those ideas with
Mm-hmm.
d3 or d4, and she did not want to allow the queen come to
Mm-hmm.
d3. But here another surprise waited for her, I believe, the move b3, right?
Well, this move is very well known in these Alapin positions. I mean, this is one of the most well-known ideas because with the queen on d6, now you get hit, by a by an by an important tempo, bishop a3 to f8.
And then the black's king will not be able to castle anymore if you allow that bishop a3. And that's exactly
Exactly.
why she played bishop e7 here.
Yeah, bishop to e7. Now Balázs played rook e1. And now I think Pia probably made a mistake. I think the move c takes b3 is actually quite a serious blunder.
But also, like from general point of view, taking on b3 and allowing white to come with a pawn closer to the center should be even a good strategical thing, right? Even, for example, if the tactics would work just fine for black. But here, actually, the case is that white gets quite a nice initiative after a takes b3, queen to c7, and d4, right?
Yeah, so a takes b3, so now the a file is useful. And here Pia did not castle because after bishop to a3, you win a pawn with white. For example, after queen e7, very simply you can take and then take, which is crushing for white. So Pia got out the way immediately with queen to c7. And now Balázs played the move that felt most natural to me, which is to try and open the position while this king is yet to be castled with the move d4. And I have to say, I was very, very concerned here because after the move e takes d4 and now knight takes d4, this is the position we have on the board. The problem black has got is that if you now try and exchange a pair of knights, I can play queen takes d4, hitting this pawn, and after castles, white once again has got this fantastic double attack idea. Yeah, it appears in so many lines.
And now thinking compared to the lines which we checked a bit before with bishop takes d6 instead of queen takes d6,
Yeah,
it seems like black has lost a few tempos
right,
on queen d6, then queen
right,
c7,
right.
and it might be the case that black's king will be in big trouble in this one.
Yeah, and it actually, as it turns out, also after e takes d4, knight takes d4, Balázs played quite quickly and understandably, but white has also got the incredibly curious knight to a3, which is a move, again, you see a lot in these Alapins. And the point is that you're threatening to come in with the move knight b5. So if you get super greedy here with black, you're going to regret it because after knight b5, the queen would have to go away somewhere. It depends where it goes, but let's say the queen goes to, well, let's say the queen goes to d8. And now at the very least, white has got the move knight d6 check.
Yeah, somehow taking advantage of the pin over the e-file.
Yeah, and now bishop f4, and your king could be in big trouble here as black.
Right.
But I like knight takes d4. This is a very simple way of playing for white. And I think Pia now has to realize that she can't take on d4 because of this tactic. It's a two-move tactic and very easy to see. And I think she will castle here. And in this position after castles, it's not clear to me exactly the best way to proceed with white.
Some moves you might consider probably are linked to attacking the h7 pawn, given that black's knight is not near the f6 square to protect it. Something like queen d3 or queen h5 might be among the candidate moves, trying to provoke a weakness in black's pawn structure on the king side. What other moves would you think of here?
Well, you also have to consider knight takes c6 here, because you can't take with the queen, because your bishop on e7 is loose. So you have to take with the pawn, and obviously now I've damaged your structure. And now, for example, if I could successfully play bishop b2 c4, I would be very happy. with white.
But for now, I probably have bishop f6, right, somewhere.
Exactly.
And what? Yeah, Pia
Yeah,
indeed
Pia
castled.
castled.
And now it will be up for Balázs to find a way to pose the most problems for black. Yeah, somehow we have with black quite few pieces on the king side, and somehow it feels that both white's bishops are looking towards that flank. I'm a bit worried, yeah, about black's king actually.
Yeah, and you know there are slow ways for white to play here, which probably get him a small advantage. For example, can you consider the move bishop to f4 here?
You know, I don't like it so much because you trade a few pieces, or...
Yeah, but I take, and now I'm threatening to take on a7, so I gain some time.
Yeah, but here perhaps even knight d5 might be fine.
So
Sacrificing the pawn and then trying to get the bishop out on g4.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like I should be all right with black now.
I don't know. I mean, it's a pawn, and if I consolidate with white, it's one of those where, you know, if I play h3, c4 on the next, I might just be a pawn up, or queen d2 is also in the air.
But you should be careful about all sorts of mating. Okay, here after queen d2, I might take on d2, no? And take on c3, no?
Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry. Let me go queen e1, which was my...
Yeah, here I was trying to make something like bishop f3 work, but I believe you're in time here, no? Because after g takes, queen g5, yeah, probably my attack doesn't work. King h1, knight f4, you've got queen g1, no?
Queen f1,
Or queen f1, yeah.
Yeah, that shouldn't work. So, I mean, you know, that's just one idea that comes to mind, and for sure it's an idea that Balázs will be looking at. And again, it can't be the only idea.
Yeah, somehow I would try to keep more pieces on, because, you know, in those positions, of course, you get the pawn, but it seems like you should be having something even more dangerous for black here, no?
Could be. Not.
Yeah, I'm not liking the chances of the ladies' team in this particular game.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, let's continue. And
yeah, men's team seems to definitely be having chances today. But there are still 9 games in progress, and anything can happen there. The game's just started. Who should we be checking the next one? For now, we are seeing a nice image with Balázs trying to figure out his way in those lines. And also we've got Julian and Olga. Actually, might it be the game we should check, the Julian and
let's
Olga
just go to a full screen for the moment. Let's get a full picture of this playing hall so people at home can...
Wow, but yeah, this venue we've got, the Garrison Library, is such a nice one, and I believe it is a unique playing hall. I've never been playing in such a playing hall before myself, and yeah, players are exactly in the middle of the history here, and I hope that they will be making actually history too in these 5 remaining games. All right, so we see Olga having a look at her teammates' games. Yeah, I believe she is very comfortable today. She has prepared quite well. We will be checking this game in a while. Now we've got Irina on the board, playing against... who is she playing against? Is it Ravi?
Irina is playing black against Ravi Haria. And we'll be getting the games up in a short while.
Yeah, for now, let's enjoy this beautiful view of the playing hall. We see Leandro is walking as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very special place somehow. This playing hall, and actually, I'm I'm kind of wishing I could play here. To be honest, I mean, I would love to play in a place like this. And also, they did something really important. You can see some heating on the sides there. Now, you may laugh, but you can also see on the back of some of the chairs that some blankets have been provided, because it is an old library and things have been a little bit chilly in Gibraltar. But
That's exactly how the books should be kept, right? If I know anything about libraries, is that they have to have a certain temperature for.
do they?
I believe so.
Oh,
yeah.
right. Okay.
So it's like with paintings and all those things which need a certain way to be kept, and I believe that's the reason why it's quite chilly in the building,
Yeah.
even though outside there are like 15 degrees or 16 degrees. And actually today is the first sunny day in Gibraltar,
Yeah.
right?
It is. It's the first time that actually any sun has appeared in the past week. And as I might have said this on stream, but every year I came to Gibraltar at the end of January, and I've been coming since 2009. Sure, there have been some windy days, some rainy days, and some storms, but there was always a lot of sun. And I used to love the thought of going and actually to sunbathe before the games, go down to the Caleta where this used to go to the little beach, catch some rays, and then go and play my game.
Nice.
Because you know, vitamin D is very good for your chess.
Right.
And a good tan is really good for your chess.
Really?
Yeah, having a good tan increases your rating by like 25 points.
I should
You should
keep
think-
that in
yeah.
mind.
So I was always looking, and yeah, it was just, I can't believe it actually. The past week was just rain pretty much every day. And we have some sunshine, and you can see it in the playing hall today. I think the players are also happy to get a bit of sun.
Right.
Yeah, and this is the close-up game between Bobby Cheng and Gunai.
And we actually see on the camera that Bobby played the c5 move, which we were discussing, and Gunai played knight f6. Yeah, quite a logical continuation. I believe White might be thinking about some queen b3 moves, sort of preparing knight takes e5, then d6 check. That might be, or maybe bishop c4 with similar ideas. Another thing might be some knight g5 going for the e6 square.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking actually. That was my initial. But then you have to calculate knight takes d5 as a, and then there's some weird.
Wait, can't I? Oh, there is that knight on d2. Usually you've got the knight on c3
Right,
and you can
right.
take back with the queen on d5, but it won't be the case here.
Yeah, and after knight g5, knight takes d5, you then have to start getting crazy because knight takes h7 is a move, and the knights are sacrificing themselves and
Yeah,
all
that's going to
kind-
be a lot of fun, this game, I believe.
right. Please do keep messaging us in the chat. Of course, I want to reiterate, and you know who you are. Please keep it clean. This is a family-friendly show, so no silly jokes or silly comments, please. And you will be banned if such comments are here. Feel free to make those jokes in your own time, but not in the chat. Thank you very much. And we've got a close-up here of Jovanka Huska.
Oh, she's got quite a nice time advantage on the clock, right?
Yeah, she does, actually. She does, but her position is hardly one to, let's say, get our Saturday night dancing shoes on and go and party. She's got what I would say is a nice winter's day position. Go and sit with
wow.
a nice cup of like hot chocolate
By the
and
fireplace.
by the fire and play this position for the next few hours. But she's
Right.
not looking to go crazy. A lot of people in the chat are wanting Eric. Now we will get to Eric, I promise you, very, very soon, once we've just sorted a few things out. Eric is playing Marisa Bag, and Eric really looked like he had a very interesting position.
Yeah, and that B4 move was just, I don't know, either fantastic preparation or fantastic inspiration, you know.
Yes.
One of the two. Yeah, and I believe Marie will be struggling in this game. I see that somebody says that Eric has lost already his advantage. We will be able to check it shortly, but for now we should just try and guess the moves from the camera, I guess, right?
Yeah, we'll get the main board back in a minute. But Eric here with a slight time advantage. Eric rated 23.56, which I think is massively underrated, actually. Eric, of course, doesn't play that much over-the-board chess, but a very, very dangerous opponent. And his position also, at the moment, looks, I would say, well, I'm not, actually, I think what Maria's done is...
She went with the knight on a6.
Yeah, and she's pinning this other knight. Now, I think if you're Eric here, you need to find something pretty soon. A move like queen to b3 looks like a decent move. But I tell you what we'll do. In order to get the analysis board back up and running properly, we're going to take a very, very short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with the remainder of this round. So stick around. See you shortly. Hello everybody, welcome back to round 6 of Battle of the Sexes. Before the break, no other results, but there have been some serious developments on the board. And Irina, it looks as though Hussein Aziz got a little bit careless in a relatively quiet position. He allowed Nino to play basically one of the only tactical ideas in the position.
Right, and we actually checked this line before, where black would play bishop d6, and after before, right.
We'll get there in just a moment. We have got the board, but we're just going to go there in a moment. And by the way, Eric has played the move queen to b3. We're going to have a look at that in just a second as well. And I can tell you that this move queen to b3 was the first move that I thought White should be playing.
Because you kind of look towards f7, right?
You look towards f7 and you threaten bishop b5 check. So we will go there in a moment. Let's quickly check the Hussein Aziz game though, because it is the position which is the most critical, I think, for the men as things stand. And
I believe he might just have to resign actually in a few moves. And that would be a huge surprise for the most solid player so far, Aziz Hussein.
Yeah, I wonder if we can get the board up for the moment. We'll see if we can do that.
Right.
Let's see if can we get our... Here we go. All right, so it was in this position here that Hussein played a3. You said you didn't like it, and after bishop d6, Hussein clearly concerned about the fact that this rook was hitting the pawn, so he played b4.
But he completely forgot, actually, that h2 is also a tactical weakness for White, and actually that's exactly what Nino tried to exploit in this position by playing knight to g4.
Exactly. Knight to g4, just hitting this pawn, and incredibly in this position here, after a 13-minute think, Hussein just took on d5. He said, well, it's not mate, so I've got nothing to be worried about. Nino took on h2. The king now has to go to f1. If it goes to h1,
even knight f2. Wait, it's just losing the queen.
Knight f2 just loses the queen. Simple as that. So he puts the king on f1, and now I think this is the move he missed.
Bishop to e5.
Yeah. And he is in desperate trouble because...
First of all, his king is really unsafe on f1 without an h-pawn to cover the h-file. And now queen h4 is a big threat because queen f2 then will be mate, queen h1 will be nearly mate. And I believe there might be the case that only one move stops immediate mate, and this g3 probably,
yes,
right?
Probably g3. And this is what we were looking at, trying to make a tactic work. And it feels bad, but I can't see a
direct way to win, or perhaps there could be queen f6, just trying to hit f2.
Queen f6, knight e4.
Yeah, I've missed this knight e4 actually.
Yeah, this is why I didn't go for this immediately, because after queen f6, knight e4, I didn't see a clear route. So let's see if we can do this. This is a nice tactics exercise for everybody at home.
What if I try to go No, I will not try to get crazy. I just I felt like maybe I could play knight f2, but maybe I could go for knight h2 instead.
Yeah, I was trying to make this work. King
Could that be?
g2,
And some bishop g4.
bishop g4, and
But you've got.
if I go bishop e2,
Don't you run in trouble with the d5? Perhaps not. So
yeah.
not that easy. It felt like black should be just winning, but let's take a moment to try to make it as accurate as possible. All right, what about bishop?
I can't see it, but I know there's something. I know there is something here. I just can't see it.
Yeah, I've got another idea.
Okay.
It's quite cool. What about queen d7?
Yeah, I was looking at this move as well.
Because now I want to give a check on h2, and then the queen will be coming to h3, and there we'll have definitely a mate.
I think that's the solution. I
Might
think
be
that's
the
the
case.
answer. Yeah. I really like that move.
Yeah, I'm struggling to see a way to maybe bishop e4 here, trying to bring the bishop to g2.
But now there's at least a check on a6 as well. So, I mean, again, I'm not sure quite how to organize it and the order, but you know, there are all
f5 might. Okay, f5 maybe is a bit
f5
too
d6.
optimistic. Yeah.
But I mean, just as an example, like check,
King g2.
King g2. And now can we do this anyway?
What after king takes?
And queen h3.
Yeah, that's a good one because g3 is hanging.
Yeah, because g3 is.
And the bishop from d2 cannot go to f4 because it has to protect the knight on c3.
Exactly. And now if you go, for example, knight e2, it feels like I have half a move here to make something work. Again, I don't see a an absolute clear victory, but my instincts are telling me.
What about bishop takes e2?
Okay, bishop
Do you
takes
take with
e2.
the king?
Yeah, king takes.
But it
Just take here, right?
Or take on a1 even.
Or take on a1. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Just take on a1. Yeah, you lose material. So queen d7 might be the move, assuming that Hussein plays the move g3. I mean, what else do you play here? Because queen h4 is just a winning threat. For example, if you take here, queen h4 is immediately resigns because I'm threatening here, and if you protect, I always have this check. Yeah. So you kind of have to go g3, don't you?
Yeah, I don't see another way, and I think Hussein just realized what he did. He must be really frustrated of playing that a3 move in the first place, somehow bringing black's bishop towards where it wanted to go anyway, and then missing the idea of knight g4. Yeah, he must have played h3 instead, b4. Oh, but actually, that's good news for the ladies' team because it seemed like they were under pressure in some other games.
Yes.
And
well, let's go to those other games because let's go back to Eric Rosen because Eric had a fascinating idea in the opening with this b4 move, which we saw just before the break. Brilliant move. Right. Gaining time, taking the initiative. And after knight takes b4, a3, the knight now came to e6. And here I'm extremely surprised that Eric didn't either play knight to b3, which I thought was a pretty decent move, or c takes d5 immediately. He played the move knight e5, which is still okay. Queen a5 now by Maurice Sabag trying to pin the knight, c takes d5, g6, and now I really like Eric's move, queen to b3.
Yeah, it's a very smart way of attacking the f7 pawn, because now white threatens to play d6, and then f7 is hanging.
Exactly, so d6 is in the air, but also bishop b5 check. And after bishop g7, you don't really want to go d6 now if you're Eric, because, well, you can take or you can castle.
Right.
So I'm pretty sure his plan is to go bishop b5 check.
Exactly, and now black cannot really
Has
cover.
to go king f8.
Yeah.
Only move. Now the king is awkward. And now the big question is, what do you do here as white? Because if you could castle, you would be effectively winning. But your knight is hanging on d2. Now, actually, the first thing I check is if I can sacrifice that knight. But I really don't think I can. I really don't think that knight is...
It's probably unnecessary, right? To take so many risks, because white is very comfortably better.
I think so, but okay, so what about just playing the move king e2?
Actually, I was considering this one as well. Black should probably do something like knight to c7, or, I don't know, somehow trying to get those white pieces go back. Perhaps knight to c7 should be a move. Now the bishop on b5 is hanging. And what now? Bishop to c4 might be an option. a4 might be an option.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not hugely in love with knight to c7 somehow.
You wanted to go for c5.
I don't know. I feel like I want to do something a bit more.
Another option would be to go for bishop f5, but then you might have to consider actually, or no, g4 is not working so far.
No, g4 looks. I mean, g4 bishop takes
take
e5,
on e5,
but
yeah.
even that is not clear, right?
No,
I mean,
definitely.
you can sacrifice pawns, but I mean, if I just played, for example, rook a to c1, looks very logical. Or maybe, sorry, rook h to c1.
The problem is that black's rook on h8 will struggle to enter the game for a very, very long time, because you need like 4 moves to get it out, and still the pawn on f7 will be hanging on the way. So
yeah, you've got to be a bit careful. Yeah, you've got to be. I mean, maybe black's aim is to go bishop f6, king g7. That maybe that's. But I mean, just to give you an example, now knight c4 comes, and now you have to put the queen to d8, and now
g4 is coming, definitely.
g4 can come now, for example, and that looks decent. You can even take, actually, and play, you know, on these weak squares here. If you're lucky.
Perhaps even a move like
queen b7 is a possibility.
But also g4 even now might. Here you've got bishop e4.
Yeah, you've got to be a little careful with g4. But there are so many routes here for white.
Right.
And yeah, as I say, if you can resolve this question of the knight.
King e2 would be a funny looking move to
yeah,
play.
It's okay. Well, Eric is going to have to calculate that out, and I'm sure he's going to come up with some decent ideas to try and develop his, because if he is able to get the rooks in very quickly here, it's going to be very difficult for Murray.
Right. Let's move on to another game where the ladies seemed like they were in trouble. The game of Balashchonka versus Pia Crumling. There were some developments here after knight d4, castle.
Yeah, he did take.
He did take on c6.
Yeah, take, and he did play an early queen h5.
You know, black has to play g6 because there is no other good way of covering h7. And now after queen f3, knight d5 followed. Bishop to h6, very logical. Rook to d8. Now, it definitely looks like white is better here because of the weakness of the dark squares around black's king. And also, the pawn structure on the queen side is not exactly ideal for black, so even the endgames might be better for white, even though we don't really want to trade queens in these types of positions. So what do you think Balázs is considering here?
Well, I think he just wants to play the very standard knight d2, get fully mobilized, because taking is no longer possible, because queen takes covers the knight and you're threatening mate. So what about just knight to d2 here? Threatening perhaps knight to e4 and...
Probably black should try a move like... But yeah, it's not easy to suggest. I was gonna say something like bishop to f8, but then I was worried that after the trades, the dark squares might be even weaker, and actually that might be very bad. And also I struggle to find a good way of developing the c8 bishop. If I would have two moves, I would play here bishop b7 and c5. But unfortunately, I've got only one move to make at a time. Wow.
Yeah, this position looks a bit unpleasant, I have to say, for black. I mean, maybe it's not actually that bad objectively, but...
But the feeling a human would get is really unpleasant.
I think so, because knight e4, c4 is just an idea. For example, if you play, I don't know, bishop e6, I mean, it's difficult. If I play knight e4, let's say you go a5.
Now you can just play c4 and queen c3 then.
Yeah, and queen c3, exactly.
And it might be...
It might be over, actually. That's just the end of the game, actually, because you can't really stop queen g7 because bishop f8 runs into knight f6.
And then a discovered check will follow and we're going to win material.
Anything like this could happen. So this can turn very sour very quickly for Pia after knight d2. And as I say, I don't really see an idea for her. Because if she goes f5, it's just...
Ooh.
It's so loose. It's just so loose.
Yeah, now the dark squares are suddenly also weak. I could even consider moves like knight to c4.
Yeah, I like this move. Yeah, it's just...
But also c4 and queen c3 is still,
this is still
unpleasant.
This is still in the air, right. Maybe now she can go.
Yeah.
It's just so loose. Queen
Right,
queen c3, a5.
Even some bishop g5 might happen now, actually.
Bishop g5.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't like it. It looks very,
neither.
very loose. So Balázs clearly with some chances.
Good chances, I would say. Oh, he played
goes
c4 immediately.
Yeah, well, if this works, this could just win. So let's...
No, black will still have some... Or maybe black wouldn't. I was thinking that after knight b4, queen c3, there might be a move like bishop f... No, bishop f8 is just losing the knight on b4.
Right.
So f6 or what? Don't see another way to defend against mate.
f6 and now, I mean...
Isn't it a bit too early for white to play c4 just like that?
Probably. I'm not
very in love with this move. Perhaps we don't see something. It could be the case. Well, I believe that Pia has to play knight b4 because knight f6 seems terrible after bishop to g5, and then all kind of rook takes e7 will be threatening sooner or later. So I believe it might be the only sensible way to retreat the knight, right?
Yeah.
So let's try it once again. Knight b4. Do we have anything else, maybe? Not really, no?
Nothing else really makes sense here.
Yeah, bishop b4, but then, yeah, it doesn't make a big difference.
Bishop b4 here.
I'm not sure if it's better. And now queen c3.
Just like this.
Yeah, Yeah, but somehow it seems like we really wanted our knight on d2 to make the threats even more dangerous. Yeah, bishop d6. But you don't. Do you want to take on h2?
No, but I might play moves like bishop e5 or taking on e4.
Yeah, well, I have to play something like bishop f3, I guess. And now you might.
Oh, I can't go bishop e5 now. Actually, this looks quite good for white.
But if you could play maybe something like knight to d3, given that white cannot really take on d3.
Yeah, that's a good move. It's a really good move.
Yeah, I'm not sure I love this c4 immediately.
Yeah, it feels it feels a little bit premature, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see how that one develops. Maybe a slight break there for the women. Now, Eric Rosen, we are gonna go back there because a critical moment, and Eric did decide to go for d6. Now, I don't know. I mean, that felt premature to me.
Exactly. I thought about this move, but after bishop takes, it seemed like.
Well, his idea is he wants to throw in the Zwischenzug.
It's interesting.
Bishop b5 check. But is it after king f8?
And now take on e5 or on e7. On e7, let's say, it looks better. And now f takes e5, I guess.
Rook d8 or something?
But you might have some problems after knight c5 even, no?
Yeah.
What do you do after knight c5? And all right. So you still have queen c4. All right.
Yeah, but
then I will start with rook d8.
Rook
like
d8
you
is
suggested.
just so natural.
Exactly, hitting the knight on d2. Now let's say rook d1, perhaps.
But now,
now you could go for knight c5.
Knight c5 or bishop g4
bishop e6.
or bishop e6.
It looks already loose for white.
Yeah. I don't know why he went for d6. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad because obviously we can't be sure, but looks very premature. So king f8.
Yeah, I don't know. Perhaps taking on e5
Maybe he
would
wants
be
to take
better.
on e5 here and keep the d file closed.
But you still have problems to solve with that knight on d2 because it's pinned. And we're actually...
He did take on e5.
Yeah, we actually have this position on the board now. But, I'm very excited to see Eric forcing Marie, to have a full-length game today. Because she made quite some rather quick draws. And today she's gonna calculate her way out of it. I saw some questions here about Pia, and she has had a marvelous career. She's still among the very top women's players in the world. I believe she won the European Women's Championship a few times. So I think it was definitely 2 times, maybe even more. And I think she reached, I'm not sure where it's semifinals of the World Championship in the knockout format. She has been fantastic, and I don't know any other player in the world who has had such a beautiful career and who still plays at the very highest level. I believe it could be Maya Chiburdanidze if she was still playing, but she actually quit professional chess, I don't know, like 10 years back, I believe, or something along those lines. And actually it was funny because Pia was telling that it would be so nice if there would be other, ladies from the same age with her, who would try to play on and try to show that you could play chess until any age and do it very well at a very high level. And I'm admiring her actually so much.
Me too, and she's a lovely woman.
Right.
Alrighty, so yeah, we have fire on the board here. Rose and Sabag. Very unclear. Difficult to say. Maybe I still would take white. I'm not sure.
What
But
about a move like bishop e6 here? What do you do here? My point is that perhaps I could even go for some king g7 at some point. Not sure. Do I do it immediately or... because now I don't want to take on d6 as the rook on h8 will be hanging, right?
I think this move probably helps white.
The bishop e6 one.
Yeah, because the queen now protects the knight and eyeballs is diagonal. Now white is ready to castle and you can...
Yeah, I think I will have to agree on that. So not bishop e6. What else?
No.
It's not an easy position here for neither of them. Yeah, interesting. So once again, knight c5 runs into moves like queen c4.
Knight c5, queen c4, but you can also do this again, right?
Queen b2.
Yeah, why not?
I was hoping to go for... but again you want to castle. You just
Well, I
want
want
to
to castle, but I might even threaten e6, for example, after a6. I probably don't. I probably here would just retreat the bishop, but you do have to start looking at moves like this.
Yeah, and suddenly the rook on h8 is having a really hard time.
Yeah, and on f6, no, d7 doesn't... Or d7, wait. Is d7 magic?
It might work.
But I mean...
But still, there is no threat.
Yeah, like even... Well, no, now this... I mean, I can take and maybe go here or something, I don't know. But it feels as though if I get castled as white, I'm gonna be doing okay. And actually, I'm not even sure this is necessary. So, still some very practical problems to solve for Marie Sabag. Let's go to another game. Let's go to Joe Gallagher. We haven't checked his game out for a while.
Let's check how that Rui Lopez developed. Because as we remember, there was a d3 line and Jansa played d6. And she actually went for the plan I was mentioning with g6, d4 quite early, b5.
Yeah. This is all well known. Bishop b3.
Short castle,
castles.
I believe.
Yeah, it's important to note that knight takes e4 runs into the very important idea of bishop d5, hitting both knights.
Now bishop to g5. Rook b8 is a bit
Very
of a
unusual.
mysterious move.
Very unusual, yeah.
What was... maybe she wanted... Could she want to go before? What would otherwise be the idea, unless before what?
Well, I think it's sometimes because she's worried about some pin with bishop d5 might come, which is a bit annoying.
I see.
Possibly. But rook b8 is a bit unusual, and she spent 11 minutes here, which to me shows that she's not really that... Like, she hasn't played this position that often. Okay, so rook e1, h6, the bishop comes back. Okay.
Still, there is not much tactical going on here. Like, it's a slow game, so you don't need to know, everything move by move in these types of positions. Just the plans, some ideas. And d takes e5 is a very unusual one, isn't it?
Not so. I mean, not really, actually. I mean, I've played this with white and black, this particular system, and this move is always on the cards.
But it seemed to me like the idea of this keeping the tension in the center for white was to make life more difficult for black. And they say that when you take the tension off, then it's a sort of relief for black.
It is, but only if you have a way to actually fully relieve. Because, for example, here, the most natural move is to play knight bd2 because, now this might be a threat, But after knight b d2, knight g4 is a problem. And that's one of the ideas behind rook b8, is that bishop d5 no longer pins the knight. And now, for example, you can just go knight e7.
Wait, but what about moves like d5, now that the rook has gone from f8? No, immediately, sorry. Instead of knight d2. After rook e8,
d5?
Somehow saying that, I'm not sure.
No.
Is there knight a5 and c6 coming right away?
No, I don't think you want to go d5. Also e4. I mean, I understand there's bishop a7, but in general, you don't want to play d5 here.
I was hoping for some knight bd2, then, yeah, not sure. Probably after c6, black is doing just
c6 or
fine.
Again, knight g4 winning
because
the bishop.
It reminds me of that line. Do you remember the long Rui Lopez without h3, where you get similar kind of then knight e3, rook e3? Well, perhaps I'm just
it's a bit
confusing
different.
something.
Yeah, I think it's a bit different here. No, I think this is fine. No, d takes e5 is...
You like this one?
Yeah, I've played it. I played it a few moves earlier in this line against German guy. What's his name? Lampert in Isle of Man, actually. It was a few moves earlier, but the idea is the same. And the point is that if black now plays the move, well, he took with the knight.
It should be the best move, no? Because
I think so.
Trading a pair of pieces before deciding if to take d takes or not looks like fair to me.
Yeah.
Because the knight on c6 was running in trouble after sorts of bishop d5 every time, right?
Right, exactly. So taking, and the point is that if you now take back with the pawn, white has got a very pleasant position because the c5 square is actually a serious weakness. And here, for example, I don't know whether trading first or going f. Let's just say white goes f3.
I'm not sure about f3 because maybe I have enough time to play queen e7 and c5. Or is it anything wrong with that? Because like you said, the c5 square is really weak, but maybe if I manage to bring my pawn to c4. Do you want to take on h6?
Sure, I'll take if I can. And if you protect, I might go
queen f2. But I have bishop f8.
But this looks all a bit synthetic from your side. I mean, if I go a4...
c5.
Yeah, okay, I take...
A takes. I just don't like that light squared bishop you've got on b3, because after c4 it might be... okay, after c4?
It's probably okay for black.
Fine. Bishop e6, maybe.
Probably okay for black. But it's a little bit loose. Rook a7 and I double.
E7. But I don't see a reason why black should be worse here. Rook b8.
I don't know. I would take white all day here.
Really?
Yeah. I would.
You're not worried about that light squared bishop?
No. I think it does a good defensive role. It controls d3. And again, I mean, it feels as though black has given up a lot of space. But I probably... I mean...
I definitely get what you want to achieve here. If you would have good control of the c5 square, I would definitely agree with you.
Sure, yeah. But anyway, I mean, all of this doesn't really matter because Shansaya took with the rook on e5, with rook takes e5, and Joe played f3 anyway. Now we have a slight change in the structure, so things are very different. Bishop to b7, knight to d2. And now, of course, if black is able to break with d5 successfully, then he should be doing fine. She played c5. Okay, the knight came to f1, queen b6, and the bishop dropped back to f2. Very logical. The rook came to d8. Okay, and the knight came into e3. And now Shansaya played queen c6, which is a...
It has some ideas, perhaps.
It has some ideas. And Joe has just played the move c4.
That's one I like, actually.
Yeah, I like this move because if you take, I can take with the knight if I want.
I believe actually c4 was already a threat if he wouldn't go for it himself. c4 and then d5 maybe.
Exactly. So I really like c4. And after b takes c4, I believe his idea is to take with the knight. Let's say the rook comes back, and in the worst case scenario, you have the move knight a5. And normally winning this bishop is quite a big achievement because now the light squares are very weak. But even
But
this...
it should be still fine for black because of the
Probably.
dark squared bishop, right?
Probably. I mean, I would go rook b1 here, and... But, I mean, white has to be a little bit better here at the very least, I would say. I mean, it has to.
Yeah.
And it may not even be the case that it's Joe's idea. For example, Joe's got some very interesting ideas like bishop a4 here. And now queen b6
Bishop
run...
a4?
Yeah, because now queen b6 runs into knight takes c4.
So I have to play queen c7.
And now I can play knight takes c4 again. Let's say rook e7, let's say bishop g3 as an idea.
But I'll put the rook on e6
Ah, you put the rook on e6.
to protect the pawn.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And
It's a very complicated position because we see that the pawn structure in the center is really unbalanced, and black has the weakness on d6, but for now it's only one weakness, and we know that it's not enough usually. And what did happen in the game?
she went all the way back to e8 with the rook.
Rook 8. That makes sense, actually.
Also makes a lot of sense.
Because now perhaps she wants to go away with the knight from f6, threaten the pawn on b2, and maybe try to make use of those dark squares, you know. Because the bishop on g7 is probably the best piece in the whole position, actually.
Right.
Knight d5 isn't something we want to do with white. I guess, no?
I'm not entirely sure. Probably not, though, because after takes, if you take with the pawn and now queen c7, then
Suddenly,
this bishop is really bad, this bishop is really good, c4 is coming.
right.
Knight d5 definitely feels premature. So here I would expect more of a move like, I don't know, queen to c2 by Joe.
Trying to bring on the rook to d1.
Yeah.
But what about moves like... now if I play something like knight h5, now you will have knight d5.
Yeah, when the knight moves, I have knight d5 always. And I might even just bring the rook in anyway and say, well, I'm not really that worried about knight f4. I don't know if I want to go g3 because I allow knight h3 check. But you're right, I've always got knight d5
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, I somehow want to bring that knight from f6 to e6 in order to get to that d4 square. But I don't see... actually, maybe I could go for knight h7, not knight h5. Trying to bring it to g5 and then to e6. Oh, I like this plan.
Knight h7? Oh, wow.
With the idea knight g5, knight e6. I think it might be... Anyway, it's still a very complicated position. We've got almost all the pieces on the board, and it seems like it's going to be a really interesting strategical battle here. And I'm quite curious to see Jansaya solving this type of problems, because usually we are used to see her more on the tactical side. All right, so we'll see how this game will develop.
Yep. We will. And, okay, let's move on to another game then. And, wow, look at this move by Marisa Bag. We just have to go there, sorry. We just have to go there. So, look at this move. Now, is this a move that Eric has missed? Let's just go back a few moves. We just saw the move f takes e5 before. And Marie played bishop d7. Looks like it loses a piece. It doesn't, because after bishop takes d7, you've got the move queen takes e5 check, hitting the queen, hitting the rook and the king, and then you take back on a1 with check at the very least, and it's probably winning. So Eric decided to take on e7, and after king takes e7,
White is seemingly in a huge trouble here.
White might just be lost, because, I mean, maybe he's got some
Maybe
a4
he has some short
or rook
castle.
b1.
Ah, no,
Short?
no, you just
No,
take on b5.
right. So the bishop on b5 is on pre. If you take on d7, I still have this move, queen takes e5, check, hitting the rook and the king. So how do you guard this bishop with a move like a4? But now,
Now
ooh,
some rook d8, perhaps,
rook
rook h to
d8.
d8.
Yeah, and I'm still suffering here because I'm threatening a nasty bishop move, and this knight is on pre, and knight c5 is coming, and the king is not really in trouble, and it all looks like it is getting out of hand, basically, for Eric. And, well, I mean, okay.
Yeah, he will have some tough questions to ask here. Bishop
Yeah.
d7 was a
Great move.
fantastic move. And this is exactly the chess I was talking that Marie could play, right? Those amazing moves and that resourcefulness is exactly what characterizes Marie's chess, and I'm very happy to see it today, actually. This game is going to be a lot of fun.
Indeed, yeah. All right, let's move on, and let's go back to
Nino's
the
game.
Nino game, yeah, because this was also fantastic.
Wow.
We well, in the end, after a 33-minute think, which is a long time, Hussein played the ugliest move ever seen in human history. The move pawn to f3.
That was really harsh.
I mean, to play this move must have given him physical pain in his fingers when he was sliding that pawn up the board, weakening all the dark squares around his king, a sign of desperation. And Nino simply played queen h4. Great move, because when you take on g4,
and that's actually what happened.
you
Bishop
can just take
g4.
back. And the problem is mate is on the horizon. If you move the queen, let's say a move like queen to c1.
I could even, yeah, exactly. That was what I was going to suggest.
Or
It's
bishop
a very
d4.
mean move, isn't it?
Yeah, bishop g3 is just curtains for Hussein Aziz. I mean...
But it's a total fiasco for white.
Yeah, and after bishop takes g4, he went for rook takes e5, asking for a bit of, pity, really, because, I mean, probably this is winning for black, straight up. Like, takes is probably still good for black. Or, for black, but maybe there are some chances. So I wonder, after rook takes e5, the big question is, can Nino just take back?
Might be the case, actually.
Because if you go bishop e2, now I've got rook f5 check.
What about king g1?
Well, queen f2 and rook h5
right.
is
And
mate.
it's mate.
And if you go bishop f3, it looks, I mean, okay, let's see. Takes, which check? Let's say check here.
King f2?
King f2 only move. King e2 runs into this and mate, so
Right.
that's over. So king f2.
But you could even play something like rook e8, perhaps. Or
Maybe you can bring a piece in, but I wanted to see what was going on after, let's say, check.
king f1.
King f1.
And
Yeah, I don't have a...
you don't have a rook g5. You
No.
would love that move, right?
No. Maybe this... I mean, rook e8 might just be very good for black. Actually, we're not material down.
Yeah.
We've got a rook for two pieces. No, it has to be over.
The king is busted on f1. Sooner or later, it's going to be a mate. And yeah, Nino went for rook takes c5. Actually.
Yeah, this is the good practical. Well done, Nino.
Yeah.
This is the correct way.
Yeah. Hussein has a really bad day today.
Happens to everybody, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, bishop e2, rook f5 check. But what is there anything else? Knight e2.
Knight e2. What about?
What about just rook b e8? You
Yeah.
know? Bring.
And then taking everything on
Yeah,
e2.
it's
Yeah.
just hopeless.
Yeah, I don't see a way for white to survive this one. And yeah, that
Yeah,
will mean that the ladies will probably score first
I
today.
agree. I think this game's going to be. I think this game is going to be over in the next 10-15 minutes.
Yeah,
I think this is a catastrophe for
indeed.
Hussein.
And today we see that his strategy of being very solid did not work for him.
No, it didn't.
Yeah.
He just misplayed it, and he got a bit. What's the word?
He played queen to
He
c1.
played queen c1.
Yeah.
Okay, you still need to find a winning idea. Instinct is telling me just to bring the other rook into e8, but
You have to be sure that bishop f4 isn't dangerous. Because there after rook e1, I will just take and maybe I will have
some compensation, yeah.
enough material, yeah.
Okay.
How else can we do this one? Perhaps. No, I don't like
maybe there's a little bit of fight left here.
Might be. You know, I was thinking, no, but g5 is too much of a funny move. It shouldn't be the way.
Could be a good move. Could be a really good move. Just stopping all the whites.
But I don't like that the rook is no longer coming to h5. You know, perhaps here some, who knows, maybe some king g1 or something, and then the knight can jump to e4. I'm not sure this is. But who knows? What else? How are we winning this one? Could we try to sacrifice something else? A move like, I don't know, bishop f3, bishop h3. Is it
Yeah,
too much already?
I was trying to make that one of those bishop moves work, but I didn't see it.
You know, I don't like that after rook b to e8 there is bishop f4. Do I miss something there?
Which one?
Rook b to e8 now,
Yeah.
and bishop f4.
Yeah.
Is there a way for black to...
Well, now
Maybe even something like rook h5?
not sure about rook h5.
Because then I want some queen f6 maybe, and then queen g4,
Okay.
you know.
Just play
like that.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You still cannot play queen d2 because I can at least give a check and take on a1. Maybe you can try to cover with the knight. No, you cannot. Yeah, I think rook h5 might be a good move.
Okay. Not as easy as we thought.
Right, but
Still feel as though Nino will find a way here.
Definitely.
That's my instinct, but
and indeed it is nice to see Nino having better days, because she started not so well with 2 losses. Then she won before the rest day against Gillian, and today she might win another one. And actually, let's check out another game.
yeah, we're going to have a look now at the Bilal versus Jovanka game, which we haven't seen for a while. We're going to go straight to the position on the board. And after a lot of maneuvering, I have to say, I really love what Jovanka has done. I think she's got a really respectable position here.
Yeah, it's actually a dream scenario, you know, because often you get, I get to this kind of structures from a Queen's Indian when white plays with e3, and then I go for this d5 plan, then I bring the knight to e4. And now actually it will be black who will be attacking white's king after moves like f5, g5. And white's counterplay should be on the queen side, but I don't really see it. And also the e5 square, it's very important that it's covered, because many times white tries to go for knight to e5, you know, and try to make black weaken himself with f6 or something. Yeah, I like how Jovanka is doing here. Well, there are only 22 minutes for each of them, 22, 25 on the clock, and the game is just getting interesting. And I'm a bit worried because Jovanka has been having some troubles handling her nerves during Zeitnot, during time trouble, right?
she has. She has had some issues. She just played King H7, improving the king and playing slowly. And Bilal is also going to have to find some kind of plan here, and yeah, it's not easy at all to see what that is. Maybe he wants to actually play the move knight to e1. Is it possible to then kick this knight with f3?
Yeah, the only problem is that the knight from e1 doesn't have great perspectives.
No, it doesn't, but I don't...
What about a move like f5 after knight e1? It should be anyway black's plan.
Yeah, okay, so f3?
And now where should I put the knight? I could even consider knight. Could I consider knight g5?
You can consider it for sure.
Because somehow if I go to f6, maybe my knights are struggling.
Right, okay, so knight g5, so you don't want them stepping on each other, and maybe now a move like, let's say queen to f2. You want to go knight f6 perhaps?
Yeah, knight f6. Sounds. Yeah, I have very, very nice control over the e4 square, right?
Yeah. I have to try and get my knight to d3 here, I feel.
Right. But then I will be able to bring the other knight to f7 and cover the e5 square, even if let's imagine you already have the knight on d3.
Yeah, you will. But at least then, like, I don't know, at least... But it's very difficult to... Okay, maybe I go rook e2. But it does feel all a bit shaky.
Yeah, definitely, because at some point... All right, c5 is premature here because maybe I open up your bishop, but I could consider something like that maybe later. Or what should be actually the plan for black to break through? Because, yeah, all the pieces stay really nicely, but if you want to win, you have to do something. So,
right.
h4, h3 maybe at some point?
Could be. I mean, there are a lot of ideas here. I do like black, though. I have to say, I agree with you. I think black is doing well. So, all right. So, great news for Jovanka fans. Let's go back to the Bobby Cheng versus Gunay Mamadzada position because things got a little out of hand, but it looks as though white is for preference here. We just saw
that black knight is still on b8. Why didn't it develop?
I don't know, but I really love Bobby's last move, knight to d2, hitting this bishop. And after d takes c5, you've got two options. You can take on e5 or you can take on e4. Well, actually, you can take on c5. You've got a few options.
And look at that knight on e3. It is a fantastic piece because it both protects g2, it protects d5. It's perhaps the best piece white has on the board. And if we would just be able with black to trade the knight from b8 for the one on e3, that would be fantastic. But otherwise, you cannot really compare the two of them. And that's probably why white's position is preferable here. Yeah, that knight from b8 is quite sad. But what do you do after d takes c5? Do you take on e5 or do you take on c5?
I don't know. There are three legitimate moves here.
No, b takes c5 probably isn't great because then you take with the bishop and threaten to take on e3. Then a mate on g2 will be coming.
Yeah, probably taking there is not on his agenda. I would expect either knight takes e4 or bishop takes e5.
Yeah, I quite like bishop takes e5 actually because then we hit the pawn on c7. Even though, no, bishop d6 shouldn't be good because we'll just take on c5, then b7 will be hanging.
So which move, sorry?
Bishop takes e5.
Yeah.
Then I was thinking maybe something like bishop d6, but then you can just take and take on c5, and then take on b7.
And queen takes b7 and claim that you're doing well. I'm not sure.
Yeah, then I will take the bishop if you allow me. Perhaps I could have done it even before taking on b7. Seems like that knight on b8 is really struggling. But it could be that white has something even better here. I wouldn't be surprised.
All right. Well, we're going to leave Bobby to do that one. I do quickly want to go back to Nino's game because Hussein has decided to just... well, Nino played the move rook b to e8 and d takes c6. And now, I mean, the king is so open here, and...
There are various ways, but black has to choose and be sure that he's winning, right?
I mean, the rook to e6 just looks like the move I would play here, just threatening to come across, and then if the king goes, you can check, and then rook h, just to illustrate here, you can give check, you can then give check here and mate the king. Looks as though you've got two rooks, a queen, and a bishop, and no direct defenders.
The rook on a1 is doing nothing. You can just as well take it off the board, actually.
Yeah.
It doesn't help in guarding white's king. Yeah.
But maybe knight e4.
No, I think I could even take on e4 here. No?
Maybe, but...
And take again. Are you trying rook e2?
Rook e2. Oof.
Yeah.
That's a nasty move. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, there are so many ways, aren't there? I mean, it feels as though the position is just falling apart for white.
Right.
All these pieces and an open king and...
Look at Nina. She's so focused here. She's definitely going to find the right way to make it.
I think so. I think she's going to find a way. Meanwhile, I think, there's a game here that we haven't checked out for a while. Krissa against Efroimsky. Let's go there because we've really not seen this forever.
Right. It was that isolated pawn structure. I remember you said you liked white's position and actually how the game developed. I think indeed white has done quite some progress here.
Yeah, white has managed to exchange a couple of minor pieces off the board, which is always a good idea. And, okay, Marcel's pieces are still active, but white has got this fantastic d4 square under control, the better bishop and the better knight, potentially. And so... But black is at least a little bit active here.
Yeah. I think white is slightly better here, but perhaps not too much.
Maybe it's not so much.
What about the pawn on a7? Is it free or...?
Wow. Could be. Why not? If you take, I just take, so that's nothing.
There might be some queen f6 maybe. And now
oh, you want to just take, and I have to take with the pawn, yeah. Sorry, queen f6.
I don't know, otherwise it doesn't make sense to just leave the pawn unprotected, no? Yeah, you cannot take on e4 because I can take...
Yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah, that's queen f6 perhaps.
That's a good spot. Well seen. And...
What else could white do? Probably a very typical move would be rook d1, but then you have to be careful about bishop takes e2 and then knight c3.
Exactly, so rook d1, bishop takes e2, bishop takes e2, and jumping in on knight c3.
Yeah, it seems like white lacks like one tempi to be fine. I mean to be fine, to be better. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
In the meantime, let's. Joe Gallagher, is he playing a blinder today? He might be. He might be playing a blinder today because he played Queen C2, which is the move we were looking at. The knight came to D7 by Jansa, and now I love his next move, A4. Love it, Joe Gallagher. Looking to secure some squares.
But wait, now if I look at the position,
Yeah.
I have a problem. What if b4?
Well, that's
a5.
that's the key.
Yeah, because if you still have the white squared bishop,
Yeah.
it's a bad piece.
Right.
But you are just in time to play a5, bishop a4 and trade it.
Yeah, or just keep it there as a pinning mechanism. Reminds me of some Lecco game where he did something like this. And this is a bit unpleasant because, well, here Jansa had to move her rook again. Bishop a4.
That actually happened already.
Yeah,
Wow.
Queen c8 is on the board. And
Wow.
Joe now played the move knight d5. And I think Joe is playing a really nice game here.
But wait, what about bishop takes?
Okay, but
I'm
now...
a bit...
No, but now I think this is bad for black.
Because you take with the c pawn?
C pawn. The rook has to move again.
Rook e7, let's
Yeah,
say.
and now I'm looking at this a6 pawn. I'm so close. I wonder if I can play... Actually, I've got bishop h4 as well coming. Got a lot of ideas. Got a lot of ideas.
No, definitely. But it's not easy anyway to still break through for white. I've got this very nice bishop on g7 for now.
Like...
But that bishop on a4 is really annoying because I cannot really play comfortably some rook e8 and f5 because I'm always pinned there. Yeah, very interesting.
for example, a move like rook a...
Rook a2?
Well, now maybe c4. I want to...
Yeah, c4 might be a threat actually, yeah. Maybe you could just play bishop b4 or... No. Just rook c1 maybe. Rook b to c1. Rook a to c1, sorry.
Rook a to c1?
I struggle a bit to evaluate this position, to be honest.
Yeah, it's not an easy position to evaluate at all.
Yeah, but I really like this a4, a5 plan.
Yeah, maybe not so bad. All right, let's see. Long way to go there. And
Let's check Julian's game because we haven't seen it in a while. Oh.
Yes.
Oh, it's already an end game.
It's an end game. I think we should just look at it here. And you were absolutely right, Irina, that, you know, basically Gillian went for this very passive way of playing. And now Irina has got the classic free roll. So, in other words, she's playing for two results. Either she's going to win or she's going to make a draw, and no other result is really reasonable.
Yeah, so she is playing for just two results, and we're going to see if that's going to be enough. I actually don't like Julian's last move at all. This g4. You know, in a position with different colored bishops when there are still rooks on the board, you don't, as a defensive side, you don't want to place your pawns on the color of your opponent's bishop, because then it's easier to attack them. And actually moving here the pawns is also quite risky, because black wants actually to create a passed pawn. That's the idea.
Yeah.
Okay, perhaps Julian has some concrete idea like rook d4 or something, but yeah, it seems to me like g4 shouldn't be the way to play this one.
But it's difficult. I mean, he's also kind of running out of moves here to some extent. It's really a not.
Let's say I play a move like bishop d3.
After g4?
Yeah. Just not allowing your rook to d4. Then I could try some g6 and f5, and suddenly it's much easier for me to create that passed pawn. I definitely don't like this one. If there would be no rooks on the board, it would just be a draw immediately. But how to trade them?
Well, I don't think you can.
Maybe some rook f2 to make But I can still play g6. But then maybe some bishop d6. But the pawn on c3 will be... No, I dislike greatly white's position, actually. Maybe the computer could hold it, but... I'm not very optimistic about Julian's prospects in this game, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a very, very long struggle here. It's just a case of whether Olga finds an interesting plan, and she can have a good think, and we'll see. We're going to go for another break. So we're going to be back in a few minutes. Still 9 games ongoing. And after what looked like a rough start today to the positions for the ladies, they do what they do best. Make it difficult for men. No, none of that. They are bouncing back as they have done. And now, hey, I was really confident before today, but I think the ladies are going to actually win today.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so, because Nino is going to win.
Marie suddenly is doing fine.
All of these great positions have suddenly really
Turned
gone
around.
south. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see. Back in a few minutes, guys. Don't go anywhere. See you soon. Hello everybody, welcome back. This is round 6 of Battle of the Sexes, live from the Garrison Library in Gibraltar. And in the short break, some amazing developments. Before we go, I mean, some of the games have just caught on fire, so we're just going to have to, we're going to have to try and catch them all before things get really out of control. But one result has come in. Since we were on break, and that is a game between Joe Gallagher and Jansai, and I think it's a fair result. Joe got a little edge, but he probably didn't find a way to manufacture anything tangible. I think that's a pretty fair result, and that means that we've got a draw in Joe Gallagher against Jansai. Now,
but things have gone crazy in the game between Hussein and Nino.
I mean,
Let's move on to that one.
Yeah, things have just got completely out of control because
it seemed like Nino was simply winning, and something unexpected happened. Nino blundered.
Yeah, Nino somehow blundered. I think we have to take it back just a few moves here. And it was around, if we go back further, it was around here. Yeah, this position here.
Yeah, we left it here after D takes...
exactly, D takes C6.
And we thought that the move Rook E6 would probably...
looked like a good move, didn't it, bringing the Rook up?
But instead, she chose a bit of a strange move. She played Queen to F6.
Yeah, this move I didn't quite understand, because the king is able to find a bit of shelter, so Queen to F6 check.
King G1.
King G1.
Queen takes C6 follow.
Yeah, a little bit slow, right? Capturing a pawn, okay.
And the queen went on another flank, you know.
Yeah, it didn't feel right. Queen F1 looks like a good move to me. And now Rook...
Rook 8 to E6, right?
Rook 8 to E6, correct. Queen to F2, all right, covering some dark squares. H5, and now Hussein just decided, you know what, I'm going to take a pawn here.
Yeah, queen takes A7.
And the passed A pawn now, if that gets running, is good. And the problem is Nino just has to checkmate black here, white here, because otherwise white has got 2 pieces for a rook, and the king is safe.
But the king on G1 is quite safe now.
Yeah, it's safe. It's safe. So okay, king. So bishop F5 by Nino.
Rook to F1.
Rook to F1, okay.
And
Bishop takes
G6.
Rook G6. And now the point is you're threatening mate.
Right.
So the rook now blocked with Rook F2. Bishop takes on D3, and it's over to Hussein, who's not taking immediately because I think he's seen the move Queen D4 here as an interesting Zwischenzug, and probably a very good one as well. Hitting the rook and the bishop. Unless here black has got some miracle move like bishop F1, which I can't. I mean, I don't believe it.
Yeah, just hitting G2, right? But then, could you just
take with the king? But I'm just wondering if that benefits black in any way, and it probably doesn't.
Right.
So, and he does play Queen D4. He does play Queen D4. I actually have to say I like this. And Nino, with 1 minute 45 on her clock for 15 moves, ladies and gentlemen.
That has gone completely out of control for Nino.
Yeah, this is the. I mean, if she loses this one, this is a catastrophe because she was -5 or -6, which is completely winning, and Nino just not. She's not on form, is she? Yeah. She's just not. And I fear for her now. Now, what else can go on? So Queen D4, let's assume she keeps the rook with a move like rook to...
But there have been some moves made here, but I don't see...
No.
Because there is no longer a bishop on D3, right? Judging from the camera view.
She played H4, sorry. Sorry, I beg your pardon. She took on D3. Hussein took C takes D3, H4 and Queen D4.
After all.
Yeah, exactly. Takes H4 and Queen D4. And Nino with H3 now.
But perhaps there is some knight E4, you know?
Yeah, but hold on a second. Wait. Can I take on E5?
Take on E5?
Yeah.
What about
King
rook
F1?
G2? Rook takes f2,
King takes.
queen g2.
King e3. And you just want to queen the pawn.
Yeah, h2.
Ah, that's
and
probably
h1.
good. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so he can't do that. So he has to go knight e4.
Yeah, I believe that should be the move, right?
Feels correct. But at least now I'm a bit
I have some checks, I don't know, but oh, I don't have time to
complicated
take
position.
on g2 with the pawn because the rook on e5 is hanging for now.
But also, wait, there's also... no, there isn't. Sorry, 94. 94 has to be the move, I think. And...
Maybe some rook h5 here. Trying just to keep things complicated.
Still extremely... I mean, Nino can still win this position, but goodness
But it's a
me.
bit tough on the clock, you know, because she's got only 1 minute against 14. Oh, and that's not a position where you want just a minute on the clock.
Right.
Well, yeah, but that's if she doesn't win this one, that will be a very, very big miss for the ladies' team.
Just huge. 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 And what about, well, let's keep an eye on this just in case, but let's go to another game meanwhile. Now, Ravi Harrier, that's a game we haven't checked in a while, and it looks as though, well, simply put, that Irene is completely dead in the water here. She, well, firstly, in this position here, Ravi can take an exchange, but, I mean, it looks like a position which, yeah,
Yeah, it's just lost for black, I'm afraid, because even if I take the exchange, you've got only one pawn for it with black. The bishop on b6 is out of play. The king is still struggling. So even
oh, he played knight e7 check, by the way, here. Let me just put that on the board here as well. So knight e7 check. King goes to
his
h8.
point is that after king h8, he's got queen d3.
That's it.
And there is no
That's
good
just
way.
the end, isn't it? Queen d3 is just immediately the end. Yeah.
You could still play some bishop f5,
no,
but then
you
I
can
just
take.
take on f5 and I've got a piece up. What
No,
does she do?
Irene can resign here.
Oh,
That's it. And she does. And a huge
what a
win.
disappointing game for Irene.
I did say, actually, I think that was one of the hard games for the women today, and it looked as though Irene was just, well, 25 moves is obviously a bad loss for her.
I believe this is one of the shortest game, which ended not in a draw in this tournament, so just 24 moves for Ravi were enough today to win against Irene. Oh, what a tough one for her.
Yeah, really, really tough.
Let's try to check out the game between Eric and Marie.
Yeah, let's go to Eric and Marie because, wow, I mean...
Oh, and look, you could see on the camera how Balash is congratulating his teammate. Yeah, Ravi, the first one to score for the men's team today.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to that Eric Rosen game because the position is absolutely wild.
What is that? So he's a piece up for the moment. But there are a few buts. The king is stuck in the center on e1. The rook is on h1. How should black continue here?
Well, the natural move is either queen d4 or queen c3, and I guess against queen c3, Eric, I mean, you can... something tells me that you shouldn't play rook d5 here, but I'm not exactly sure why not.
So rook d5. Perhaps something like queen c1.
Queen c1 check, bishop d1, and maybe there, or I don't know if you include it or not, maybe you can just go knight c7 as black. Just force the rook to make a decision.
Wait, but why not rook e8 check? Am I missing something?
Ah, rook e8 check. That just wins. Sorry. That's good. That's really good.
Yeah, so I believe Marie is gonna play something. They are both on just 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
Perhaps White could try to avoid all of that by castling, but then there are 2 pawns. White's 2 pawns down. Maybe he still has some chances here, though.
Yeah, I was thinking he should castle here, actually. But yeah, theoretically, I guess it should be winning.
And she has just played queen c3, yeah. And after castle, she will be taking on d2, perhaps with the queen. And then the bishop on e2 is hanging.
I think, but Eric has to play that and just go bishop c4 and hope, basically.
Yeah, because still the pawn on b7 is hanging,
Exactly.
right? But anyhow, it looks like Marie is the one playing. I don't want to jinx this
Yeah,
one.
because
But
we've jinxed a few today already, right?
Yeah.
We jinxed Nino big time. I feel pretty bad about that one.
right.
If we jinx Olga Giria into losing, then we really can't ever talk about chess again,
Then
can
we
we?
should find
We
a
should
job
quit.
at
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
At
exactly.
jinxing people.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I don't believe that will happen. All right, let's check another game perhaps. Where should we go?
Yeah, but as I say, this position, I think Eric is basically, I don't know if it's objectively losing, but it is,
It is really unpleasant.
it's unpleasant. Let's go to actually Leandro Krissa against Marcel Efroimski, because the position has either
This should be a draw, I believe.
draw, probably, yeah.
Yeah, because now this pawn on d3 is one very difficult to get. How do you get it actually? Because if you take on e4,
Right.
I take, and you cannot leave with the rook from defending this.
Well, you can. Well, that's the point. I think you can.
And what if I take?
Yeah, and I just take, and I just try and make a draw.
Take, and then I make some luft. G6, yeah.
Yeah, and then I just.
But that's
This is not
that's
easy.
tricky.
Yeah, this is not easy.
Well, you could probably just bring the king, and that should be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't expect Leandro to lose. Yeah, that's not the most exciting position. He did take on e4, so Leandro has actually just admitted that.
The position is
Yeah,
equal.
yeah, yeah. Okay, let's go to the game between Gunay, yeah, Bobby Cheng against Gunay Mamatsada, because we've got a critical position on the board. Knight takes c5, and Bobby Cheng is not taking this piece directly. Now, I had this board in the corner of my eye for it's been a few minutes, so he's got a move here, which I don't understand.
Could it be that Gunay offered a draw and he's taking his time to think?
Could be. Could be, because I don't see any other legal move apart from taking this knight back. Do you?
Right. No.
Oh, wait.
I don't
We've
see.
had some moves and we haven't... Here we go, there's been an update. All right.
So b takes c5, I guess, followed. Bishop takes c5, right?
B takes c5, bishop... Well, a lot has happened, unfortunately. Can we... Yeah. So what happened here? So bishop, knight takes d5 now? Let's go back to move here. We'll go back to move 20.
Yeah, and we actually see another draw agreement between Leandro and Marcel, as we expected, that rook endgame.
Yeah, they just agree to draw straight up.
Right.
Okay. So, in this one, bishop takes c5. What is going on?
Queen takes b7, quite logical.
Yeah, so white is a pawn up. Okay, knight to e6. Queen to c6 pinning.
The threat is knight f4, perhaps. So queen c6, and now
Queen
queen
h6.
to h6, attacking this knight from e3, knight to g4, And now a very interesting
Incredible.
move. Knight to d4.
Yeah, I mean, she found this move, knight to d4, incredible. Incredible move.
What happens after knight takes h6?
Well, that's basically what happens. She can take the queen.
And now when the knight goes back to
Yeah, it's a
g4.
pawn. It's a pawn and...
But it's very drawish because there are pawns only one flanks.
Exactly.
And we've got this different colored bishops.
Exactly. I think Gunay's got a really good chance of drawing.
That's actually the position.
That's the position, yeah.
Yeah, so I believe this one's going to end in a draw. I don't see how Bobby can make use of his extra pawn, actually.
I agree. Okay, let's move on to... now let's check in with Pierre Kramling, playing black against Balázs Csonka. And Pierre has managed to... Well, it looked as though she kind of survived at some moment. And now she's got this position, but white is still better here. White is still better here.
Definitely, white is better because of the better pawn structure. So black has this weak pawns on a5 and c6. But I believe it's all the worst is already behind because that rooks on the e file are just really nice. They're both protecting a5 and also at times perhaps the rook can think about going to e1. Yeah, still, I believe that Pia's gonna defend this one against Balázs.
Do you?
I'm confident.
I'm not that confident. I mean, she's got a really bad bishop. She's got weak pawns on c6 and a5. Balázs just played...
How do you use that?
Rook a2. Exactly
Rook
the move
A2
he just
he
played.
played.
Yeah. Because now I'm threatening just rook d to a1 or rook a to d2.
Or rook d to a1, hitting this pawn on
Exactly.
a5. Yeah, that's a very multifunctional move, right?
No, I think this position, 3 minutes for Pierre Kramling, 8 moves to make.
But wait, what if I just go back with the bishop to c8 because there is no use of it on a6?
Okay, rook d to a1.
Rook d to a1. You really want to take this pawn. I was hoping that while giving it, maybe I can get, you know, some sort of a compensation, but not sure. How do I do that? Because if queen b6, you can still take this pawn. Maybe I should just go for this. I don't like it. Maybe bishop f5, trying just to...
And if I take on a5?
Rook a5. I was hoping for some bishop e4, but I'm not sure if I should do that immediately. Yeah, perhaps just rook takes a5. What do you take back with, the rook or the queen?
Queen.
Queen takes a5. Yeah, that's not as easy as I hoped. Because now if I take on a5, you take back.
I mean, this is just a pawn.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, not easy at all.
Yeah, rook a2 is a very good move. And she actually played queen b6 immediately.
Yeah. And now...
What is the difference now if you play rook d to a1, for example?
I'm not sure. I think that...
Probably rook b8, right?
Is it? And I take on a5?
Rook a5.
Still looks bad.
Yeah, the bishop on a6 is hanging.
And also, you can also think about after queen b6 a move like rook to d6. I thought, no, this...
it's a bit dangerous now because you allow me to play rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1, king h2. How dangerous is it really?
Maybe I can go for something like queen c7 now.
Yeah, and then worst case, I can take on f6, but if I go c5, for example...
I think that's not that bad, do you? Like rook e6, maybe.
Queen takes a5. Might be
Yeah,
bad all over
yeah,
here, actually. I
might be
mean,
the case.
lots of options, and Balázs just went for rook D to A1, which you can't blame him for just playing this kind of very safe, zero risk chess. And I think Pia is just losing.
Well, I
mean,
think losing is a bit.
Really?
I mean, she's losing the pawn, definitely.
But if the pawn goes and then c6 goes, it's just all over, isn't it?
No, definitely, but I hope she will find a way to hold on to that c6 pawn. You know, I was hoping to be able to trade the bishop somehow, because then the rook endgames might have a drawing chance there, you know. But
Yeah,
I
but
don't
that's
see a
never
good
going to
way.
happen. No, it wouldn't surprise me if this position
He's
was
just lost.
just over. And talking about lost positions, I mean, Nino, what happened? Nino Batsiashvili, let's go there. We've got an unbelievable position on the board. And I think what is this? What am I
Wow.
looking at here? B6,
Wow.
rook takes d2. Now you can just take the rook. This is what happens. So rook takes rook b7, and now you can't go rook b2 because of knight b5, and you win. So you have to go rook d8, and now a6, and a5, sorry.
Or knight a6.
Or knight a6, or whatever.
Oh no.
Just a5 is
no.
good. Yeah.
What did she do?
No, it's just over.
Oh no.
Just any move here is just winning. b7 is good. Rook d8, a5, a6. It's just there's just nothing to do.
Completely wrong for her.
She's going to be very upset today. And now
What a save by
yeah,
Hussein.
incredible save by Hussein. Totally dead.
It was really sloppy of Nino to let that one out of her hands, because if she would have that position against Magnus Carlsen, she would win. But perhaps she relaxed a bit too soon.
Possible,
perhaps
yeah.
she thought that anything would win.
Yeah.
And now it's suddenly all over.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely terrible for Nino.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely terrible. And that means that if Nino loses, which she will, because after rook d8, just any white move that is good, knight a6 is good, a5 is winning. I mean, there are just no, a5. Yeah, sorry, no, a5, rook d1, and rook b1, a6 is still. It's just over. These pawns, you just can't stop them. Yeah, an a5 is good, and Nino knows that was the look of. Can I resign and.
Poor Nino.
Yeah, poor
I feel
Nino.
for her
yeah,
today.
Me too.
That was such a beautiful game by her, you know.
It was. It hurts. It hurts
immensely, I would say.
It hurts.
And if the men will win like that today's match, I really see the ladies' team in a bad spot.
Well, because at the moment Hussein is going to win, Balashchonka has got a great chance of winning.
And Ravi has already scored.
Ravi has already won. Bilal, by the way, looks like he's got a great position all of a sudden.
Let's check that
yeah,
one.
let's go to Bilal. This is the position. I mean, I don't know what happened here because.
But wait, we really liked Black's prospects
it went
a while ago.
Yeah, it looked great for Jovanka, and I don't know what has happened. But why can't I take now on c5?
Let's have a look. I believe I have to capture back with the rook.
Now, I can probably take with the rook or queen, but let's say I take with the queen, actually.
Yeah, because you would love to trade queens, and then it will mean that you won't have to worry about my queen getting to f3. But it's not so easy, because your king from g1 will struggle getting to the game, right? Even though the pawn is on a dark square.
The pawn is hanging. I mean, but he didn't do this. He played the other move, which is rook takes c5, of course. I mean, you don't have to take with the queen. He took with the rook, which is probably better. She played queen e6. Rook takes h5 check.
What?
It works. It works.
Oh, no.
Rook takes h5 check is end. G takes h5. Queen takes h5 check, and if you block queen h6, queen f7 is mate in 2.
And if you go king
g8, queen h8. That's it.
No. Oh, no.
That is, I mean, if I saw that in 2 seconds, Bilal has to see it. Right?
Oh, no. Yeah, definitely.
I mean, it's just, and you can't. There is no move. It's it. That's over.
Oh, poor
Just double check,
Jovanka.
triple check.
How could
how
have
it
things went so terribly wrong for the ladies
awful
in
collapse.
just 10 minutes?
It,
Everything
it was
went
insane.
completely wrong.
Just insane. It all. I don't get it. It's crazy.
And he does it.
Of
He
course he
finds
does.
rook h5.
And
Oh no.
and Jovanka already understanding it's over. And queen takes f7. Maybe she understood, or I don't know. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's
and
it.
she will resign now.
Yeah. And that's it.
That's
And
a
oh,
hat-trick,
Jovanka
yeah.
in really terrible pain.
Actually, we predicted that that's going to be a tough game, but
Yeah.
but Jovanka was doing really
She was doing
great out
great.
of the opening.
Yeah, she was doing fantastic. Then that means, just like that, we've got Bilal winning, we've got Ravi winning, we've got Hussein winning, Bobby Cheng is a pawn up, Balazs Chonka is a pawn up. It could be the 7-3 day. It really
Wow.
could. And I didn't think it would be possible given the positions, but there has been a total collapse from the women's team, and there's no explanation for it really, because I mean everybody had a lovely day yesterday, and you know,
Yeah, this is actually something I really did not expect. You know, I thought you were just too optimistic, and yeah, Nino is resigning, I guess.
Yeah.
What a game!
poor
What?
Nina.
Oh,
Absolutely devastated for Nina, because you know what, I really wanted her to win today.
yeah, she definitely deserved it, and she could have been the one to win in 24 moves herself, you know. And suddenly she was a bit sloppy. She didn't find the direct win, and
Yeah.
I'm quite sad now. And I see that Nino and Hussein, they are discussing something, but I believe Hussein also understood that he was completely
course.
busted.
Of course he understands.
And yeah, what a save! And it's not even a save; it's a win.
Yeah, it's not even a half. It's a
Yeah.
full what we call the
Full
2-point swing basically for a team match.
Wow.
Let's carry on. Let's go back to Balazs Chonka, because that game has yet to reach the time control, and Balazs has just got a crushing advantage here. Nino with sorry, not Nino, Pia with 1 minute, bishop e6 on the board. Balazs has got every trump in the position. So
Is there h6 possible here?
h6 might just be good, because king takes h6, queen takes f6, threatens rook h5 mate.
Oh yeah, that would be terrible if a rook h5 would win one more game today.
Yeah. And Balazs with 1 minute 50. Okay, after h6 she can go king f7 and hold on a little bit, but yeah, so the question is, do you need to go h6?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He's going to do it, isn't he? He's going to do it. He's a bit nervous, I see, Balazs. No,
Oh.
he's such a wow. I mean, he's one of those guys, huh? He's the smooth operator. G3 and just say, okay, make a move, Pia.
This is a very useful one because the king might go to g2 in some cases.
It's a good move. What can you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just good. It's just good chess. It's professional chess.
Yeah, and it's very interesting that that all the guys are doing so well today. Nobody actually looks like they're in trouble anymore. Only Eric. Eric was struggling. Let's check
Yeah.
that game out. Did he reach move 40?
Yeah, let's go there after, because we've still got some games. That is a clearly great position for Marie, but it's not clear that.
That she could win that one.
Well, she probably has got really good chances, but that's reach move 40. Let's stay with this one. Rook d8 on
Sure.
the board, and
Yeah, perhaps she wants
there is
some
no.
piece to jump on d4 maybe. What else? I mean,
I don't know. I mean, you've got a lot
is
of
c5 a move you would be considering here?
for sure.
Because then if the queen doesn't guard the a6 square, I might go there with the rook.
Bishop d5 maybe here.
So you're still protecting it. Yeah, so what else? H6 could still be a move here, even though after king f7, it's not that easy.
What about queen? No.
Queen a3, you were
Yeah, I
thinking.
was thinking about it, but rook d2, I don't want to let you get active.
I believe white should try to organize a passed pawn, so either b5 or c5 and then b5, something along those lines.
Really?
Yeah, I think so, no?
I didn't want to exchange it. I wanted to actually just win c6 by force, but maybe it's just not possible.
Rook
45
c5?
seconds for Balázs. And I can feel the nerves from his play. And rook c5 was played, was it? No, he goes
he played
c5.
c5.
I mean, I don't mind this move. I think this is just fine.
Yeah, she will probably go for queen c7, or will she go to b7?
No, b7, queen b7 runs into b5.
Ah, right. And then there are problems.
Yeah,
with
she'll go
this
queen
queen.
c7. She
Yeah,
does.
queen c7. And now they have to make the last move to
Right.
reach the time control. So I expect it to be a solid move, right? Something like rook a6, not taking risks.
Rook a6. A move like queen a1 also exists here.
Yeah, threatening to go for rook a7 and then win the queen, but then perhaps black could
And
play
now
some
you
rook
can go
d7.
rook a6, for example. And now,
And now the point
exactly.
is that, but wait, it's not over. After rook a7, I've
Because
got
you
rook
got check,
d1.
but I just go king g2.
Oh, right. And now the rook endgame is actually
Easily
very
losing.
bad.
Yep.
Because you take this pawn and these 2 pawns are running.
Exactly.
Yeah, queen a1 is a smart one. Will he play it? Yeah, he did.
I'm not so bad, huh? They say in the chat that I can play chess sometimes, huh? Huh?
Yeah.
All right, yeah. There you go. Queen a1, great move. Balázs can get up and cool himself down. And by the way, Gunay has just, I don't know what's happened, but it looks like she's toast as well.
How so?
I mean,
Let's have a look at it.
it looks.
Oh, Bobby played with 2 seconds on the clock.
He played king g2. But I didn't like king g2, but maybe she's okay now because he got there just. Nerves. Goodness me. Yeah, f takes g3.
But they still have to make one more move, even though this one is going to be easy, right?
Well, I mean, I think now she should make a draw, basically. But, well, I mean, Bobby can still play, of course. He's got an extra pawn and a knight. But,
the bishop is good here.
Yeah, the bishop is good. I expect Gunay to hold here.
Yeah. If Bobby doesn't lose on time. But he just made the move king g2, which is actually the last move. So he's fine.
Yeah, Bobby
he's
is
fine. He'll get the 30 minutes.
All right. What else is going on? Is there any match that is any game that hasn't reached move 40?
No, I believe they all did. Yeah.
Okay, they all reached move 40. So let's quickly check in on the Gillian Bwalya against Olga Giri game, and
it's probably just lost for white.
oh no, this is over. I mean, Olga found a way to win a second pawn.
I told you that g4 move looked very, very risky to me.
Oh, and Pia has resigned, I think.
No.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was losing queen a1. Or she lost on time or something.
No, it couldn't be that she was losing.
Queen a1, Pia. Yeah, we discussed it. She resigned here. Pia.
It was queen a1 completely losing?
Yeah. He probably found rook d7, rook a6 or something.
No, she couldn't have resigned here.
Why not?
No, she lost on time. Look, it's 29:38.
She lost on time?
She forgot to make the last
move.
move.
She forgot to make the last move. Well, I think the position is winning anyways. I don't think it's a big...
I don't imagine things could have gone more wrong than they did.
Yeah, I mean... But Pia was... I mean, Balázs played a really nice game. He had control. He's a control player. He likes to always never lose sight of the position, never overextend. He just plays in a nice pace. I really like how he plays.
No, it was definitely a
Yeah.
very good game by Csonka Balázs, and unfortunately that means that the ladies team is going down -4 so far today.
But
That's a huge score.
But Bobby is not going to win now against Gunay, I don't think. The only hope, well, hold on, Olga Giria is going to win, and Marisa Bag could win. So
Let's check her game.
Yeah, let's check.
So Eric is defending again a rook endgame with a pawn down.
He's had a lot of rook endings, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Always
the last one.
He's always had a lose.
Did not get so well for him.
No, but this looks horrible. This looks really bad.
Yeah, it should be lost because White's rook is very passive on a1. If it would be the other way around, let's imagine White's rook would be somewhere on the 5th rank, b5 or c5, and Black's rook would be on a6, then White would have very good drawing chances. But like this, with a pawn down, yeah, I believe Eric will struggle a lot today. And actually, how interesting that two players who looked like they were playing for winning, you know, because I believe if he really wanted to make a draw, Marie wouldn't mind, judging from her games from the first half of the tournament. But he really wanted to have an interesting and spicy game, and he attracted her into it, but then somehow it didn't work out so well. He lost control at some point, and now I believe it will be very difficult for him to save this one. That means that the ladies are likely to score two wins today, and then Gunay versus Bobby will possibly be a draw, and then it will be a +2 score for men today, which means that they will go ahead in the match by 1 point, right?
They're definitely going ahead in the match today. That's for sure. The men will be winning, but it's really critical.
Yeah, but also I feel for Pia, because even though if she had a bad position, losing on time is really unpleasant, just forgetting, you know. And you could see that, you know, everything went wrong today for the ladies, just everything. Jovanka blundered mate.
Irene had just a bad game, it looked like, and
and poor Nino from a totally winning position going down like that.
Yeah, awful.
Yeah, so that might change the course of the match so far.
Could do.
Actually, yeah.
A big momentum swing. I mean, the men were they started badly. Rounds 3 and 4 and 5. 3 was good, 4 was good, 5 was normal. And today, really, and the women are going to have to dig very deep and be very...
But why this big difference? Do you think it's connected to the way they spent the rest day? Because it seems like the men are doing fantastically well after it, and it's the other way around for the ladies.
I don't think it's to do with the rest day. I just think it's to do with the individual pairings or just randomness, basically.
Interesting. Yeah, that won't be an easy spot to go off from after such a difficult day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if Olga wins and if Marie wins, only losing -2 on the day is not actually a huge...
complete disaster.
No, it's not at all.
No, but wait, if then the Nino's game would go the other way around, then the match...
Be equal.
Would be even, yeah.
Yeah, but it didn't, and Nino obviously losing, and it's getting, well, we've still got a lot of games left, so it's not totally critical yet.
Let's go on the game of Julian.
Well, yeah, let's go there. Now, has he got any drawing chances at all here after Rook H6? Because
No, I don't think so.
No.
Two pawns are just too much, and they are too far away from each other. You know, this f7 and b5. I believe even he should be quite careful not to get his rook trapped. What did Olga play? Rook h4. Yeah, I believe she
bishop
did.
d6.
This is very logical. Now he protects the pawn on h2. And if I was black, I would consider moves like bishop to e6, actually, with the threat of playing b4 and b3, because then the rook is covering the b4 square. Oh, but she threw in a check here. She played rook to e4. Am I missing something? Why rook e4? Perhaps she wants to go with the king to g4.
Yeah, I like rook e4.
Yeah, and also the bishop might come to e2 and protect the h5 pawn. I don't think Julian has chances to save this one. But why are they playing so fast? Why are they playing on their minutes? Because they should have reached time control, but it seems like they did not get the increment, did they? Yeah, because I believe they get it when they run out of time.
When they run out of time, yeah. So they've both got an extra 30 minutes, basically.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, this looks like pure suffering for Gillian. I don't expect the hold here.
Yeah, Eric is also suffering, and Gunnar will probably make a draw. So he just played king to f3, not allowing black's king to comfortably go towards that pawn. But now I can just give bishop e2 check.
Exactly.
And after, say, king f2 or king g3, doesn't really matter. But wait, I might not be able to play b4 here.
Yeah, you can
because of
take.
bishop takes, rook takes, and now take. Even this one is not easy to hold because of rook b2, but theoretically it's a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she's never going to do that.
No, definitely. She's not going to allow that one. Well, she could play here after bishop e2, king f2, a move like bishop somewhere, bishop d1 first, and only then b4, because the rook cannot come in time to stop this pawn from running. Yeah, I believe, you know, even the bishop endgames might be winning, because these two pawns are just too far. So if we imagine the rooks go off the board, it's still
well,
winning
let's say
for
like
black.
rook e6 here, for example.
Right. Wait. After bishop d1, let's put a move like king g3, rook e6, rook takes, king takes. The king is just coming towards this pawn, and then even if the bishop manages to stop it, then I can go somewhere around that, and this
normally
the rule,
normally the rule is if there are 3 files separating the pawns,
then it's winning. Because you cannot really keep that the bishop on a diagonal so that it stops both pawns, right?
Exactly.
And then
plus you've got the additional pawns still remaining, so it's not even close.
Right. So did she play? Oh no, she's taking her time. They've got their extra half hour now.
Yeah, and where else can we go? So we've got this game. Let's go back to the Bobby Cheng versus Gunai game.
Yeah, he still has the extra pawn. But it's a pawn, you know, which even if we trade pawn for pawn, and then with black I sacrifice the bishop for the other remaining pawn, rook and knight versus rook is quite an easy draw on their level.
It really is. So, but the question, the point is that you can't get rid of the pawn. Like, let me ask you this question: if Magnus Carlsen was playing white here, how often do you think Gunai would make a draw out of 10 games?
10.
Well, no.
No, because I genuinely don't see a way for white to try to do anything here.
I disagree.
If you say that she's got 30 seconds only on the clock starting from this position and she has to play it against Magnus, then I think Magnus would have, I don't know, maybe 3 games out of 10. But, I mean, let's try. Let's try this one.
No, it's not 10 out of 10. I promise you. Magnus has won more drawn positions than
this. But so drawn like this one?
Yeah, sure. Okay, rook h5, for example.
Wait, it is black to move.
Ah, black to move,
And I
okay.
could actually play bishop d6.
Okay, bishop d6. Go
You
rook.
have to be careful about
Yeah,
this pawn.
so I'll go rook e3.
And how are you actually making this knight come back?
We'll see. I'll need to find a way. I can put the pawn on g5.
Wait, I can just play rook d8. It would be. I should just be careful not to put perhaps the pawn on h5, because then you might be able to attack it and the bishop won't be able to protect it. So let's say I play just a move like h6 to see how you make progress.
Okay. Let's try. Okay, knight b6. Let's try.
Your point is that after bishop c5 you've got this intermediate rook f3 check. All right. How should I continue? Should I keep the rook here or should I put it on e8? Let's try to force you.
Okay, rook
trade
f3
rooks.
check.
King g7.
Okay, let's try knight d5.
Knight e5. Maybe rook f8.
Yeah, rook f8, rook b3, let's say.
And let's say I just stay with rook f7.
King g4.
You're going to h5, but I will have rook f5 still. All right. Could even play a move like rook a7.
Okay, rook b6.
Bishop. Where? Bishop e5?
Rook e6. Let's try. I don't know. Actually, no, sorry. Yeah, I'll go rook e6. Yep.
So bishop d4, let's say.
Okay.
My point is that after king h5, I'm still fine with rook
Right.
a5.
So here I'll play knight f4.
Knight f4. Where are you going?
Well, I'm moving around, you know.
I'm trying to make my job easier. All right, so rook b7, let's say.
Okay. I'll go rook a6.
Okay, threatening this one. Bishop e5.
Okay, knight h5 check.
King h7.
Okay, let's try king f5.
Oops, sorry. Bishop g7.
Kind of running out of ideas.
Yeah, I
But,
believe if you
I mean,
manage to bring the king to h5, probably.
I would say this is my. I mean, obviously that was just us playing blitz and randomly going off on a tangent.
Right.
But I would actually say that in this position here, I would expect Gunnar to draw less than 50% of the time.
Really?
Yes.
Against Magnus?
Against Magnus. And against
All
Bobby, I expect her to draw 75% to 80% of the time.
Yeah, well, actually, you've got a point here because we have to consider the fact that people get tired at some
Exactly.
point. And if we remember the game, the last game from before the free day, where Sabino won against Olga Giria, what looked like an end game with huge drawing chances for Olga, with Olga just blundering in one move, then yeah, you could see that happening here as well. But yeah, somehow I really believe that Guna at her best, you know, she wouldn't lose this kind of positions to anyone. But I'm not sure how she feels right now. I don't know how, you know, because she lost a few games. She might be a bit disappointed. So, yeah, you might have a point in that.
Yeah, and you know, you only need a construction where, you know, the knight lands on f5, and the knight and rook combination is very unpleasant. And if you make an inaccuracy, suddenly you are under pressure, and the position could get out of control. So,
which
I mean, I
position
still
we
think
have this
she's
one on the
big
board?
favorite to make a draw, but I really think that
She actually played this bishop d6.
yeah, he's going to go rook e3 here.
Yeah, the point is that it's very difficult to get the king. If we imagine in this position the knight on f5, the rook on the third rank, and the king on h5, then yeah, you've definitely made a nice progress. Then the pawn goes to g4, but I think it's quite difficult to achieve that one.
All right, let's see if Bobby makes any progress. Now, in other news, who else have we got going on? Well, has Eric Rosen's chances improved? And the answer is possibly.
Possibly, yeah.
I mean, the exchange of pawns there feels like a pretty good result, but
it's quite easy for black to actually make progress in this position, because you place the rook somewhere. Let's say if it's my move in this position, I just play rook f4,
yeah, exactly,
cutting off the king, and then I bring the king towards b4.
exactly.
Then eventually I'm gonna win this pawn.
I agree. Could just be over, actually.
Perhaps, yeah, the problem is that you cannot really come away in the same direction with this king, because the pawn on f2 will be hanging, and if you move it to f3, probably it will be what Eric's gonna try, because at least the rook from a3 will protect f3, and maybe I can come with the king, but there perhaps I could start moving the f and g pawns, creating a passer. And it's quite difficult to defend this one.
Yeah. Totally agree. No, I don't see any practical chances here for Eric. I mean, also Maria's an experienced class grandmaster who has played many an ending, and this is.
I wonder, did Eric just wake up the beast in Marie, because she was making a lot of draws? May this change the course of events for her if she wins this one?
Well, I think he went for a very high risk thing, and at some point he played this d6 move, which I didn't like. I think he was a bit just premature, basically, and.
Well, I like Eric's move. He played king f3, somehow not allowing black to play rook f4 so easily. Perhaps Marie should have played actually rook f4 on the previous move, because here after king g3 she could have gone actually for it and then bring the king. It might have been slightly more precise, but even so, the king cannot really go too far because it will have to guard the pawns. So probably here a rook f4 anyway.
You can go rook f4. You can go anywhere. Rook h4 is an idea also.
Oh right, rook h4 is actually a nice move, threatening to play rook h3.
Yeah. But
you will have to play king e2, I guess.
King e6.
And now the king comes. All right, let's try to hold this one. What if I play? What should I play at all? Let's say rook e3 check.
King d5.
And rook f3.
Rook f4, is that right? I've got to be careful.
Is it winning if... No, I think you might run into some troubles if you give up the f6 pawn, no?
Yeah, what about rook at f4? King e5 is fine, of course, but let's just try rook f4. I'm just curious.
So you're saying that here... Alright, so king f3,
well,
king
I have,
e5.
Yeah, king e5, but I also want to just quickly check that king c4 doesn't work. King c4, king f4, king b4.
You know, it's the f pawn, so I might be... it might be a bit
king
difficult.
b5, yeah, there, not on b4 because you get checked.
f4, a4.
King e7.
a3, f5, a2, f6, a1,
yeah,
and f7.
Now, this is the one where I think the king is too close, actually. Queen e5 check, because you have to get to the corner.
Yeah.
And now king c6. Yeah, you're too close. Check on... Ah, no, wait. Wait, I screwed it up. Go back. Sorry, I screwed it up.
a1, queen.
f7. Try queen... Sorry, queen e5 check king...
Alright,
no,
so
maybe,
if queen
maybe
g7,
not.
king e8, king c6,
Ah, that's
f8.
the way. Queen d7 mate. Sorry,
Yeah.
that's it. Well done. The king is too close. King c6, yeah. Cute. No. Oops.
Not that one, just the mate is happening.
Yeah, well
Yeah.
known. So even that might win.
But
And
that's a lot of calculation involved, and do you really need that?
no, but I mean, either it wins or it doesn't, right? But I mean, this is just never going to happen anyway, because she'll never risk throwing it away like that.
Yeah, definitely. She actually played king e6 immediately here, which also makes sense.
Of course.
But that was, yeah, a funny pawn endgame.
Yeah, but I was curious that after rook f4 in that variation,
Yeah.
rook takes f4, g takes f4, king f3, king e5 might just be easily
Yeah,
winning.
it's probably okay. I will have to go. No, it's just easily winning
Easily
king
winning,
e5.
yeah.
No, but we just wanted to illustrate
Yeah.
that even if you go like completely in another direction, you could still win that, even with so many imprecise moves. Because actually it gave white some hope to survive that, right?
Yeah. By the way, I see out the corner of my eye, Gillian has got that ending we were talking about, where
Did they trade rooks?
they traded rooks, and
Oh, let's check that one out.
well,
Just
this
a
one
second.
is really just not even. Or is it?
No. She will just go away with the bishop f1.
Okay, king d, bishop f1. Yeah.
No, I'm pretty sure this is a theoretical win. You even have the h-pawn of the right corner, you know.
Right.
I mean, the bishop is of the right corner. So even if you manage to give the bishop for these two pawns, it's still lost. So, yeah, perhaps there might be some, you know. And she actually went for bishop f1.
Yeah, that's the correct move.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see close to 0. 0 chance. And wow, Gunay has set up an incredible kind of concept here, which I completely didn't see.
Oh, wow, the knight is trapped. Is
So
it?
if we go back, yeah, let's go to that Gunay game. If Bobby had...
So Gunay played here rook to a8.
Yeah, he had to go knight b6 here.
Why didn't he?
Why didn't he go knight b6? Rook a3.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the point. Very
Oh, this
good
is
one.
clever.
And now you cannot really go away and avoid the trade of the rooks because then the g3 pawn is falling. Oh, yeah, that was a very clever
Hey,
way.
that's really, if that works, then I'll take everything back, because if that's a forcing variation where you can't actually...
But is it? After rook a6, he just played rook to f3 and now...
Oh, the knight comes to f6.
But
Sorry.
I'm not sure. Perhaps there I have some bishop g3 tactics.
After king where?
Good question. Very
Because
good
if you go
question.
king g6, I
You
might
might
go
have some
rook
rook
f6
f6.
check myself.
King g7.
King g7, and now here maybe I just play a move like h5.
Oh, that is a nice trap. You want
Yeah.
to play h6 and then my king will be very uncomfortable.
And if you play h6,
But, yeah, h6, all right. Then you have rook g6, no?
rook g6, king f7, and then
Why
I can
king-
get...
Oh, because otherwise it's mate.
Yeah, this is mate, exactly.
Oops.
So you have to go king f7, and now at least I have knight e5 check.
But wait, you
I
can
can
take on h6?
Sure, I can take the pawn, but I just wanted to release my knight.
Sure.
Knight e5, and then yeah, and if you go there now, knight c4 is completely winning immediately.
Yeah.
Right. So actually, I take it back.
After rook f3, so king g6 might be already an imprecise move.
So king e6, but now I can just go knight f6, and my knight has left the building.
What about rook a3
Now I can take on h7. That's the point.
Yeah, right.
The two pawns. So the two
Rook
pawns
takes,
exactly.
bishop takes, knight takes. It might be still not easy to win this one.
No, that's easy.
It's easy?
Yeah, it's easy.
All right.
The two pawns is really easy with the knight.
So I have to be careful after knight to f6. And then what should I play?
Well, you should probably play something like h6.
h6. Maybe I could go for rook a7 actually. I don't want to move this pawn unless I'm forced. Because now maybe I'm threatening some rook f7 at some point.
Okay, but I'm going to go knight e4, threatening rook f6 check sometimes, threatening rook f6 check.
And again I cannot play rook a3 because of knight g5 check. That's frustrating. And now, alright, let's say I play actually h6 here.
I go knight e4.
And now king e5. I'm actually a bit worried that even knight d6 might work at cases.
Yeah, because the rook endings are really bad with your king cut, king g4.
Right. And now the king comes to h5. Actually, I might still be able to draw this one. No, I think it should be still
Probably
a
not.
draw.
Draw?
Yeah.
Oh, do you? I don't.
You don't think?
No.
What about a move like rook? Rook f6 gets into rook e3. What about something like...
Okay, king
no,
h.
wait. I need to somehow get the g pawn for the h1, but I'm not sure.
You're
how
never
am I
getting
doing
that. You're never getting that.
Yeah. Maybe rook a6.
Okay, king h5.
And let's say king e4.
Okay. Oh, no. No, rook f7. This is over.
Because you go to g7.
Well, not even that. I can just go g4, g5, and I'm getting.
Yeah, right.
I'm getting
Definitely.
my Lucena. So it's bad. I think it's bad. I think it's after rook f3, king e6, knight f6. This is.
There should be something. Come on, it cannot be lost like that.
Of course it can.
No.
Yes. I mean, it's not lost, but it's very unpleasant.
All right, so let's try it again. Rook a7, knight e4.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's say I'm just what?
Yeah, there is no unjust. That's the point.
Let's say bishop e7.
Bishop e7. Okay.
Trying to sort of guard these
Okay.
squares.
I like it. I like it. I like it. I do like that move.
Now if you try something like king g4, maybe I could go... But it's so interesting. So if you go king... I was thinking rook a5.
Not rook a4? Rook a...
All right. Does it make a difference? Rook a4, rook f4? But maybe then king e5. I don't know. All right. Should we try rook a4 then?
Yeah, sure, why not? I wonder if I can just go rook f4 here, though.
Yeah, this was what I
Yeah.
thought. Maybe king e5?
Knight g5.
But what? No, yeah. No, you are missing. No, you're not. I was thinking that after g takes f4, if I had the move king e4,
well.
then after knight h7, there is bishop takes h4 and I
Right.
get the pawn. But unfortunately, I don't here. But wait. Wait. I cannot do anything.
I'm sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
she went rook a6. So we got this in the game. So knight f6, rook a7 is actually on the board. And...
Yeah, actually, the plan which she chose might... it still should be a draw. No, I think
Really?
I played it well here. But after king g4, perhaps not rook a4.
Okay, you want to go rook
Perhaps
a5?
rook a5, yeah.
Okay. Now let me ask you...
About knight g5?
I think knight g5
This
has
is
to
draw,
be...
no?
Should be a draw. Should be... Should be, but is it? How easy a draw is it? Okay, knight g5. Let's see. I want to use this at the very sort of last resort.
No, but here I have probably these ideas of the pawn endgame, no? Rook a7
Okay, king h5.
and rook f7. Or, wait, I just lost it. The pawn endgame is lost, actually.
Yeah, the pawn endgame is lost.
Yeah, because this pawn on g3 is still there,
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
And here you just go for g6.
Exactly.
Right, so I cannot afford a pawn endgame. All right, then what other drawing ideas could... Ah, wait, rook g7.
Okay. I'll play rook f6 check.
And now it's very important, where do I place my king? Normally you should go for the active move in the rook endgames, and not to stay passive. But I'm not sure. Probably it's not the case here.
King h6 immediately wins. I mean, not immediately, but
Rook g8,
yeah, and now just rook
a6 or...
something. Yeah, rook a6 is good.
Yeah. Sad one.
Yeah, you're just a bit offside here.
It might be actually winning then.
I'm not sure how to defend this position exactly. I don't know the best of. But if you go active, king, for example, rook f6 check. Sorry,
Wait,
yeah,
where?
yeah, like here. So rook a,
Maybe I... Ah, wait. We are being silly here.
Okay.
There is rook a1.
Okay.
And you are not winning this one.
Rook f6 check.
King... King e5.
Rook h6. And now rook a7. This is a better version.
Yeah, much better one.
But even this, you know, there are some lines I can go. Let's say, for example, king h5. Even this, I'm not sure you're drawing. Really?
No, this should be a draw.
Really? Okay.
Wait, I'm thinking.
Show me show me the money.
Wisdom.
Show me the money.
Wait. I will come up with it. So I need to place my king. Fine. So I cannot actually go to f5 because then after rook f6 check,
Right.
you've got king h6.
Exactly.
So I have to make a neutral move like rook b7, and then your plan is to go g6
Not-
at some point.
No, my plan is I want to improve first, so I'm going to
G4
go.
first?
Maybe not g4. Maybe just let's try rook a6.
Rook a6?
Yeah.
What about rook b1 now?
King h6.
No, then I just
What do you do?
rook check.
Yeah. King g7, rook h5, or king f5.
But I also have king f5.
King f5,
yeah.
rook h6 is nothing, no?
No, it shouldn't. I will just take the g5 pawn.
Okay, I've gone wrong there. Okay, so not
No,
rook
but
a6.
you could play here. You shouldn't allow me to go on b1, I believe. I was thinking that you should make g6 happen at some point.
Yeah, maybe I can, but it doesn't feel like
What
it's...
about g4?
G4 is interesting.
Let's say I still keep
Now let's try rook
like that.
rook f6.
Rook f6. Now I go anyway here.
Yeah.
No, I thought that you should try somehow make g6. Is g6 not working here? Because I must take.
And now I go...
And now you should take with the rook, I believe. No?
King is also interesting.
King
I mean,
g6, rook
it's very
a6.
close. Yeah.
And it's gonna be...
No, the rook and pawn
That's
is...
gonna be draw, I believe.
Why?
No?
I don't know. King g5, rook a8 or something.
And then you've got rook g6.
I don't know. It's close because the king is weird.
Yeah, the king is strange, definitely.
I don't know. You can lose these positions quite easily. I mean, that's the good news for Bobby, is that he's got all of these possibilities of getting into these rook and pawns, which are definitely not simple.
Yeah, that would actually be good news for him if he gets into some endgames with practical difficulties for black, because Gunnar will go down on time. And probably he should try one thing, another, and then make her be really low on time, and only then go for a different endgame, change the character of it. At least that would be what I'd try. And he actually played the knight e4 move.
Yeah, we might actually get this in bishop e7. And as I say, Bobby feels like the sort of player who doesn't want to go knight g5 check here. It feels like he's got a more clever...
Oh, she played this one.
Yeah, but this was what we were looking
But this... I'm so curious how this one is after knight g5.
But I don't think he's going to do it. He's a more slow player.
No, but if he knows it's winning, he's gonna play it. because it just would mean a win on the spot. But you see, Black's king is bad on e6 because it's cut now. It should have been on g7.
Yeah, if the king is on g7 here, it's a different story, I think. But I think he's going to go like... I'm trying to think. Can he play a better move here? Let me think.
But we actually didn't find a way to to hold the rook endgame.
Let's see. King g4. Yeah. He plays king g4, improving.
He goes for the safer.
This is correct, of course.
Yeah.
Rook a5 or rook a4. And then
that's actually our line.
yeah,
no?
it's going to be our line, sure.
All right. We'll get back to it. Let's check how. Let's check.
Yeah,
Eric.
let's check Eric quickly. Nothing has really changed there.
Oh, so he's thinking. So they got this position with the rook on f4, the king on a2. That would have eventually happened. And yeah, Eric's taking a lot of time. He's probably realizing he cannot hold this.
Yeah, it looks hopeless for Eric, and Gillian as well is very close to losing. And I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go for a very quick break, and we'll be back. It looks as the games have still got some legs in them. I mean, the Eric game, Gillian, they're going to be playing for a while longer. So we're going to go for a very, very quick break. And when we come back, we may have an esteemed guest in the studio. So we won't be too long. So we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Maria, you had a quick draw today with Sabino. Tell us something about it.
Today my preparation was really good. I managed to check many lines this morning, and probably my opponent wasn't in the mood to play, and he was okay with the draw. But for me, it's also strange to struggle with black pieces. Therefore, we made only 17th moves.
Because Sabino's won 3 in a row before this. He's the top scorer.
Yes, true. He's strong, and especially this tournament, I think he's leading among all the other players.
And you're one of the top scorers on the women's team. So this is top board today, yes?
Looks like, yeah.
Okay, let's have a look at the game. Okay, Maria, let's have a look at your game today. It was a Slav defence. What happened next?
Yes, I played knight bd7, and I always make this move at this position.
Yeah, this is standard Slav. Oh, this
yeah.
happens sometimes. Okay. So we look at all these standard moves in the Slav variation.
I think that my opponent didn't prepare the 8th move e5. He told me after the game about it, and it's really hard when you are not prepared to play with the opponent who is prepared for this.
Okay.
So it's understandable.
Is this a minor variation of the Slav, do you think?
I think here the DC is the main move. And of course some bishop c4, b5, and then white chooses between bishop d3 or bishop d2. But e5 is an interesting line, and white should know how to create problems here.
Yeah. So did he have a long think here, or?
I think that he knew the main lines, but I mean, to create problems, it's necessary to know the sidelines.
Of course, yeah. Okay,
Yes,
so capture,
e4. Another possibility was to play bishop or knight b5.
Oh,
sorry.
knight b5, yeah.
Yeah, knight b5, like bishop b8, de. But of course, e4 is also possible.
Which is quite an unusual position in any opening, really, to have all 4 centre pawns all together in the centre.
It looks nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ed. Knight takes d5, knight takes d5.
And I
ED.
think after h6, it is a critical moment for white. They have plenty of moves here, like h3, rook d1,
It's okay.
b3
Yeah.
also.
Yeah.
They can play whatever they want, but black should equalize, I think.
Okay, so it's quite a nice...
But my opponent went for the line where we exchange the queens.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Now the pawn is hanging, so it's necessary
Yeah.
to defend it.
Checkmate threat.
Yes, queen h5
Queen
I have to
h5.
play, and after bishop h7 we change the queens.
Does he have any alternative to queen f5?
Otherwise this bishop will be trapped.
Of course, yeah, okay. So all this happened, your opponent offers a draw?
Yes, he offered a draw, and the position is pretty much equal after knight f6.
So you've broken his streak of 3 straight wins?
Yes.
You get a draw with black.
It's possible to say so.
So it's a good thing for the team, I guess, when you have black to
In
stop
general,
that.
it is black, playing with black is harder, so therefore draw is a good result, especially when the opponents have equal ratings.
Have you looked at the other games? Did you check the other games?
Only a little bit, but it's more convenient for me to check with the screen.
rather than just looking around the boards. Yeah. Okay, thanks very much, Maria.
We are back to the 6th round of the Battle of the Sexes in Gibraltar, and we've got Grandmaster
No,
or
International Master.
All right, my bad. International Master.
But thank you in advance.
You've definitely played today like a Grandmaster, I have to say.
Thank you.
Looked like a very smooth victory against. All right, just a second. Sorry, guys.
Well, I don't know how smooth it was because at some point I felt that I let the big part of the advantage go away, but it was still comfortable for me. So I played the Alpine Sicilian for the first time in my life. Now I can tell that it was my plan against Maria 2 rounds before because I had no idea against the Sveshnikov. So, okay, it's a playable line. And the line we got was what I checked the last. So usually I go to lunch at 1:30, and it was like 5 minutes before when I realized I haven't checked this line and I have to. And it's probably, I think, one of the most critical lines against the Alpine. So, and all credit goes to my Norwegian friend Johan Sebastian Christiansen, who had the chessable course, and I used this one.
Oh, really? So you used his course today?
Yeah. Because like main line is D4 here, or classical lines, CD, and then D6, and it's quite hard not to crack. So instead I decided to play his line bishop C4, and okay, I checked it in 5 minutes, so I can show you the main line. I think queen D6,
Queen D6 is one of them, right?
Yeah, and the point is that in the game the E5 pawn was quite weak, so instead black could play first bishop G4 to bring the bishop out of the pawn and only then play E6. So H3, bishop H5, rook E1, and okay, knight E5 I can just take, and it's bishop F3, queen E1. So I think best is black could either play slowly with E6, bishop E7, but I get the same plan with B3 and maybe a slightly better structure. So castle is like main move, B3 and knight, I think queen F6, and I tried to show, but I cannot recall the whole knight E3. Knight D5 is the main, knight E5 I still take, and if black goes for knight takes, I can just I can just sacrifice the queen, bishop D1, and I have really good compensation. And my next move, bishop G5, almost trapping the queen. So,
oh wow, that's a really interesting line, and I have to say that being myself an Alpine player, from time to time I might want to check that course out.
Yeah, so instead black plays B5, and now if I move the knight C3 is stronger, so bishop E4, BC, queen E2, and at the end there will be some perpetual knight E5, G4, and it's crazy stuff. So But okay, if someone plays this with black, okay, I can only congratulate for the draw.
What about the e5 move? Did you know anything after it?
Not much. I think I remember the plan that I have to break the pawn chain with b3, some knight a3, and then it should be good. So okay, castle must be natural.
What about here? Because we thought that bishop takes d6 looks more natural.
Yeah, that was my first thought, especially that Pia played queen this e5 first. So I was like, okay, the logical follow-up would be to take with the bishop. Either d3 or d4. Maybe d3 is more forcing, because d4 there is the option of cd. Just one line I want to show is that if she castles, at the very least I can
win a pawn.
Again, win a pawn with bishop h7. So instead, yeah, okay, let's say d3 takes, and it's not easy to castle, of course, now. So let's say some bishop e7. Queen exchange doesn't give too much, so queen e2. And once again, you can see the same problem that the e5 pawn needs protection. So some plus. So queen d6 was played. b3 must be natural. Bishop e7, and I think rook e1 was clever way to start, because okay, I can start with queen e2, but one point is that if bishop g4 comes, h3, black takes. Whenever black takes, it's fine for me, but at least I managed to take back in one go, so I don't have to play queen e2 first. And the other point is that cb ab, that I left my other point that I left my queen on d1 is that now I can either play d4
or even bishop a3, no?
Yeah. I think I was going to play d4 first, because if I come here...
Don't you win a pawn here as well?
I'm not sure. Queen f6?
Bishop takes e7?
Yes. Queen e2?
Doesn't...
I know what you want. 95? Yes.
And I'm getting mated here.
I'm not sure it's mate, but yeah, at the very least there is knight f3, and okay, I don't want that, so... Yeah, I can play queen e2 instead here, but I think better for me is to play d4 first, because it's really forcing. She takes.
And now this one.
Yeah, and okay, let's say something like this, queen d4. Probably queen d4, because you know Alpine endgames are usually somewhat better for white. So queen d4 and small plus. I want to play against this knight on b6.
On b6, yeah. And what about queen c7 in the game? You played d4 anyway.
Yeah, I thought about knight e3 also. Trying to bring the knight to b5, but actually it doesn't bring too much.
You know, actually, I believe that was the first engine's line. At least it, yeah, I believe so.
And how about castle? How do I follow up?
Not sure, actually. Perhaps something with d4 now, and then the knight can.
Yeah, and then knight b5 intermezzo.
Yeah.
I thought so, but queen d7, yeah, maybe it's something similar to what I have just shown, but here I already wanted more. Maybe I don't have more, but d4 she has to take, I guess. Knight d4 she cannot really take, because next move I have bishop f4 and it's crushing.
So she castled, knight c6.
And here I think, like, what I would want to play is to play queen somewhere and then c4 and
bring the bishop to b2.
Yes, but I cannot do it, because queen d3. Okay, f5 never really worked, g6. So here, my king is not on h5, so I could play theoretically c4, because if I can cut the knight out...
That's great.
Yeah, but then there is bishop f6, and I felt that I have other priorities compared to this, because if the bishop gets back, then the bishop f5 also comes with tempo.
All right, so here everything looked quite smooth for you, g6, queen f3, knight to d5.
Yes.
Bishop h6, rook d8.
Yeah, it's only move, because I don't know if you check this position. Rook e8 is losing, actually.
Actually, we didn't. Why? Why is it?
c4, knight b4, queen f6.
Oh, wow, that's very pretty. And now there are issues on the back rank, right? Bishop f6 run into rook e8 mate, and otherwise you can't really defend against.
So, or any other knight move runs into knight f6, and other than that I just win a pawn.
I see. So rook d8 forced?
Yeah, and here Lawrence told me before I came to the studio that knight d2 is other possibility, and actually I considered it, but I was like, if I can get this c4 and queen c3 and all the weaknesses in her position, then I must go for it. Although knight d4, knight d2, I go for knight d4, then c4, knight f6. It was really tempting to go for this one as well. I think I see nothing wrong with this one. I saw nothing wrong, but I was like, okay, it's more forcing.
It's more
so
forcing, right.
knight b4. And here, okay, other option is to prevent the idea that could have happened in the game, but I think I give too much time for her to consolidate with bishop f5. And
Right. So you played, I think, very well up to actually the last point. So bishop e4,
Bishop
a5.
e4.
Did you think that she had any better chances to compare to what she played?
Yes, we found out one critical point was here probably almost impossible move, queen e5.
Oh wow, that looks very risky.
Because, yeah, for like, I don't know, 3 reasons. One, doesn't work because bishop d5, knight d5.
Knight d5, right.
And compared to the game that could have happened, knight cannot take on e7 because there is a back rank mate. Otherwise, it would be fine. So I could play bishop f3. I don't play for one more structural advantage because if I take, then there is a weakness on e5. I play for time, but I think she has just king f7, and I have no follow-up, clear follow-up, and yeah, knight does a really nice job defending on b4.
Right.
So my main idea was, I think, to take, and actually the point is that, let's say I play knight d2, trying to bring it to f3, but then there is bishop f5, and I cannot take twice on e5 because there is bishop f6,
Bishop f6,
some
right.
knight d3, knight c2 coming. So my
perhaps it was a better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. What I wanted to play last was to play rook a5 first, because if bishop f5, then I take with the other rook at the end. So
Right.
that's fine. But there is a very cute tactic. I think it works. That there is knight d3,
Bishop
bishop
take,
takes,
probably?
and now bishop b4, and everything is hanging.
Oh wow.
And
So white should play something like.
yeah, rook d1, and then bishop f5, and black is very much in the game. So probably I have something better I didn't see, but okay, to play queen e5, you have to calculate a lot of lines.
Right.
So
So other than that, later on in the game, did you feel there were any other chances? She played a5 here.
yeah, knight d2, I was already really happy. Here I made a mistake in a sense that now I see on screen that I spent 70 minutes on knight f3, which I wanted to make in 17 seconds instead. But I was like, I can play rook e2, then I double, and whenever she takes on e4, I take back with the knight. But somehow it didn't really want to work out for me. For maybe I just hallucinated some nonsense.
But rook f3 also seemed like a nice move.
Yeah. The issue I had with it that bishop f8 was, I thought, and we discussed that she could play c5, and it's similar to the game that what I wanted to play, was my first thought is just to play rook e3, then double. I defend against threats on d3, and I don't see how I win, but I don't see how she improves her defense. Just play, okay, h4, some alpha 0 stuff, and how she defends.
The pawn on f6 is quite weak,
Yeah.
and the king is a bit exposed.
Yeah, and
Right.
also I was a bit up on time, so it's a very pleasant situation. So rook f8, and yeah, here the issue is that maybe it seems anti-positional, but f5 is some sort of a threat.
Right, so knight d4 seemed like a good move, and after rook e8, bishop f3
Yeah.
seems like your pieces are doing very well.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And here, I think instead of queen d7, she could play, maybe it's your line, rook e1, and then queen f7, or what we discussed is just to bring the bishop back.
Yeah, this was also what I was trying to make work, bishop c8 in different scenarios, but it seems like she's still struggling to bring it to the best positions, right?
Yeah, for sure. But next move, rook e5, and once again, it's not so easy. So what I played in the game, knight c2, here she's like 2 tempi up compared to the game. So it still must be somewhat better for me, but nothing decisive. And after that, yeah, you have this really great line that if I take on a5, then it's losing because queen d4 first, it's important.
Right.
Queen b4 and c5, and I have no good moves.
Oh, wow.
Because if she starts with taking here, rook takes, then it's a mistake because if knight d3, I can exchange queen e6. Maybe then there is even rook e8 at the end, so I'm not sure. But again, she takes on d4, I take back, and now you miss the rook on e8. There is no c5.
Right.
But instead, she starts like this, queen before c5, and I have to give up some material because, like, I would have to play, I don't know, queen
queen a5.
Yeah, or some impossible moves, but I will lose my rook, I think. So
you played rook d1 instead?
Yeah, rook d1, queen c7, and here I think it's a good moment to play knight c2, because if black could get her queen to e5 and then to c5, she can stabilize, but knight c2 and she's not in time. And around here, I think we discussed in several moments that she could play c5 and try to sacrifice the pawn and get a heavy piece endgame where there is a drawing tendency. So
But she did not play c5. She continued with rook.
Yeah. She gave up her a5 pawn, but was left with the bishop on basically a pawn on b7. So like, let's say I just want to show that something like this is black would be really happy if she could put his pawn back to f7.
Right.
But okay, it's not the case, and she could do it later. Okay, let's say
h4.
even here maybe. I don't know what was the last point where she could give the pawn, because here I guess her idea was that c5 is an idea that it's always in the air, and then I want to take the pawn.
Right.
But of course, her idea was to put the bishop on b5, and here it's not easy to break through.
Yeah, so you played here rook to a2, queen b6.
I have all the time of the world. So
what about the final position, if you could get to that one?
Yeah.
Did she lose on time there?
That was a really strange situation, because I made move 40, I stepped up and went for a walk and came back, and I saw that she made no moves but got the time on the clock. So there was a problem probably with the clock setting, that and then came the arbiter and said that she didn't make move 40. So.
And what do you think about the final position, if we could just get to it? Do you think black still has any chances to hold? Because we actually liked this move queen a1 a lot, as after rook d7 there can be rook a6.
Yes, yeah, I think that's lost, because as the modern saying goes, I threaten with the Russian twin, which is invasion with rook a7. So there is no way. Even Pia said that when she realized she lost some time, that it's all over now. So I saw rook b8 to be the best chance, because as you mentioned, if rook d7, I have rook a6. And after bishop d5, only way to save the pawn, you have no good way to take back.
Definitely.
So I thought rook b8 was somewhat better, because if rook a6, I think she can take. So instead I was like, it's move 41, so I can decide what I play, but it must be winning that I play rook a7. I take, maybe I can include h6 first. Probably with the rook on the board you never take. So first I include, and okay, this must be winning. So.
Right, because b5 is coming, and then eventually
queen
the king
b6
is also a bit in trouble, right?
Pawn is fixed on light squares. I want to show one variation that was quite. Here if she goes for bishop f5, I don't know what would be the reason, but it's quite, I think, beautiful that I can play h6. If she takes queen f6, and if there is no background mate, then actually I mate. So, okay, at least there is no rook h5 mate, which would be the case without it. Probably that's why I thought that bishop f5 is an option. So she plays king f7, and then I can take on f5.
All right, and then bishop h5.
Bishop h5, and it's either mate or I win the bishop. So.
Right. All right, so a very nice game. Like I was saying when I was off the mic, you played like a grandmaster today, and congrats on that. Do you have any GM norms?
One.
One
I have, and I think I missed by half a point twice. So.
So are you hoping to get one here in this tournament?
Well, first of all, it's the main point is a team event, so I would be happier if the team wins. Then let's say I make a norm and the team is second. But okay, why not both? So I will try.
All right, so great to see you being so optimistic. Thank you for your analysis. It seems like your team is having a great day so far. It seems like you're going to be winning with quite a good score. Best of luck for the next games, and let's have a view of the playing hall and be back shortly.
Good.
round number 6 of Battle of the Sexes. Just a couple of games left while Balázs was going on for his game. The result we had expected, Olga Giria did convert her winning opposite color bishop ending, meaning at least there's a point on the board, a full point for the women today. And with 2 games remaining, it's not going to be the only point because Marie Sebag is completely winning against Eric Rosen. In fact, I see, well, just a very easy win here for Marie in the existing position. So Eric is going to lose. And that means there'll be 1 game left, Bobby Cheng. King G3, good move played by Marie Sebag here, just threatening mate. And after King F1, the idea is that she wants to go Rook F2 check, King moves, and then Rook takes F3. And the 2 pawns are just a very easy win. You don't even have to think anymore.
Right. So, yeah, we're expecting this one.
Yeah, Eric can resign now.
Right.
Yeah, Eric, and you can't take on F5 obviously because it's mate in 1. So
right, so he
plays
played
King
actually
F1.
King F1.
Yeah, and you just go Rook F2, and you can play on autopilot there because you can't actually do anything too bad. So disappointing for Eric, losing a lot of these endings, but Marie definitely will have deserved the win today.
Yeah, she has played some really nice moves in the opening. It seemed like she was in trouble, so very, very well played by Marie. And indeed, she goes for Rook to F2 check. I believe we'll see the variation which you suggested on the board.
Yeah. Just don't make your life difficult. When you're tired and when you've had a long, stressful game like this with you had to work very hard, you just make your life as easy as possible. There's no added points for being pretty. It's just winning prettily is just an
extravagance.
Yeah, it's an extravagance. It's just much easier. And you take on F3, Rook takes A4, and then you can literally just play Rook B3, threaten mate, and
then the pawn run.
And then the pawns run, and there's just 0 chance. Gunay, on the other hand, let's go to her game, because she has still got some work to do playing against Bobby Cheng. I feel as though Gunay's position has improved somewhat, being able to have the pawn fixed on the H5 square, but it is on a light square, and if a knight lands on F4, sometimes you can just lose that pawn.
On the other hand, it will be difficult to land the knight there because my bishop's going to be on E5, probably on the next move after King G6. I expect that to be played because the king wants to be closer to the pawn, right?
Yes.
So Gunay is taking her time. I'm not sure. Is she really considering King E6? It can't be the case, right?
Probably not. I mean, the king should stay closer to the pawn, but then again, I'm not sure how much of a difference it makes.
Right.
Okay, Gunay with 3 minutes and Bobby with 3 minutes. I think this game has still got another... She does go to G6. I think this game has still got another 20 minutes, half an hour in it, actually.
Definitely. If not more, actually.
More, actually, yeah, it could be more.
Yeah, but I'm a bit surprised, actually, to see Gunay struggling that much during the last few rounds because, well, she's a really good player. She is actually a star of women's chess because she has progressed a lot. She has had a great performance in last year's Women's Grand Prix here in Gibraltar, where she took actually the 3rd place. And it's been a tough event for her so far.
Yeah, it has. It has.
She definitely has to hold this endgame in order to receive some kind of a confidence boost. And then tomorrow with white, perhaps it might be slightly easier for her to handle that one, because normally it's more difficult to play with black against a well-prepared opponent, right?
Sure. Yeah, and Bobby now trying to think of a construction. Obviously, the knight isn't ideal on d2, but
Yeah,
I don't know.
see actually how he can try to, maybe something like knight f1, knight e3, but after knight f1 perhaps I've got bishop d4.
Yeah.
So my point was that after knight f1 I want to try and bring it to f4, but here black can stop this by playing bishop to d4, and the knight on f1 will actually be a bad piece. So yeah, what else? Do you see another route for that knight to go?
Just knight c4.
Knight c4. So how are you going to get to f4?
Well, I can go the same route, knight e3, knight g2, knight d5, and so on.
So bishop d4, let's say.
Okay. And oh, I've got to be careful that I don't run into bishop g1, right?
Yeah, bishop g1 and then rook h2 would
Goodness me.
Would be a slightly
Okay, I've always got
unpleasant outcome.
g4, but it's an immediate draw, right? So
Right.
actually, I don't know how or why Bobby allowed this pawn to get to h5 so easily. Felt
And,
like he's
somehow the
misplayed it.
king is already on the other side because it was
Yeah.
cut, right?
Right. He plays rook d3, king to f5. Yeah, and this is great defense by Gunay. She's showing really excellent defense.
Right. So, actually, Eric tried a stalemate idea. I think we will go to his game. Here, he played rook to b1.
A typical. I mean, Eric, if you watch his online games, he's famous for this stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's famous for stalemate, for like all of these stalemate tricks. The only problem is that when your opponent hasn't got 1 second left on the clock, the stalemate tricks don't really work.
Yeah, so here rook b1 would just be a draw because the king has
Yes.
absolutely no moves. But after g3, now when the king moves, Marie would take on b1. So Eric just resigned. And yeah, a very good day for Marie here.
Right, yes, a very, very good day, an important day. So her first win of the tournament.
She has had only draws so far, actually.
Yeah, so her first win is really great. And yeah, it means we've got 1 game left. Knight b3 by Bobby Cheng. And, you know, it's one of those where
you should be patient with black here and try not to run too low on time, because with 3 minutes on the clock, it should be enough to make the most precise defensive moves. But also, I feel like white's knight is not exactly on a good route here, because I don't see how's it gonna get to f4.
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the next move by white is to play rook d5. Rook d5 check can just be met by rook e5, probably.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting less and less optimistic. I think that Bobby had to do something a bit earlier, and it felt like maybe he just got a bit complacent and allowed this construction with h5.
So Gunay just played bishop to e5. I really like this move because it somehow limits the knight from b3. Okay. He played knight c5. Where is this knight going?
Yeah, I don't know.
What about a move like rook to c2?
Maybe then rook f3 check.
And now after king g6?
Now we can try and make something. So let's try knight d7 here.
Knight d7. What about bishop d4 now?
Knight f8 check.
Knight f8. Oops. I have to play king h6 because king g7 would run into knight e6 and it's a fork.
Yeah.
So king h6. And now take care of that bishop g1 idea.
Exactly. Rook f7.
You're being very tricky now. Rook h7 is a threat. It's going to be actually mate. And the only defense is bishop g7, right?
Yeah. Knight e6.
Knight e6. You've made some progress. Bishop e5.
Rook f5.
Rook f5. Rook e2, I guess.
Probably, but I'm feeling...
It's still fine, I believe, no?
Actually, if I go back, instead
Yeah.
of rook f5, what if... no, rook f5.
Rook f5.
Rook
The
e2.
point is that I also have this rook e3 with some... Of course, you'll get this rook on g5. But I'm not sure that knight on e6 has a way to nicely come to f5.
Let's go back a couple of moves when I had you with... So king h6. I tried rook f7, bishop g7, knight e7. Yeah, tricky. Very tough. But
Yeah, it's difficult to imagine that black will lose this one. But yeah, we've seen that if you get to those types of positions where you've got only moves left, it might be a problem. But oh wait, Gunnar has less than a minute already.
king g6. Yeah, let's see if the clock plays a role here.
So which is the position we have on the board?
So knight c5 on move
Knight c5,
and
yeah?
king g6.
King g6 immediately. Yeah, that also makes sense. Oh, look, she's shaking. I don't
She's
like
shaking?
this. Yeah.
What, you mean physically shaking?
Physically.
Is she?
Yeah.
I think she might just be cold.
Oh.
It's
Yeah.
colder in here today now, in the evening. You don't feel the cold, I'm surprised.
Yeah, I have,
You have
a
a
very
lot of
warm
layers.
jacket
Oh,
today.
okay, you have a very warm jacket. Okay. Okay. Okay, so king g6 on the board.
All right.
And
What is Bobby gonna do?
he has to do something. So he
Knight
tries knight
d7.
d7, completely fine.
And but wait, here with the rook on e2, you don't even threaten anything.
Right, there's no threat.
So what should I be doing?
Bishop g7, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Try to dominate this knight.
All right. But here you've got maybe rook d6.
Okay, king h7.
And what? What do I do with this knight?
Yeah, it's not easy. Just keep on... Maybe that's the technique here, is you have to try and dominate this knight.
Right. Yeah, I really like this bishop g7. And now that I have the king on g6, rook f3 doesn't actually make so much sense.
She played king f5. Now he's going to give a check.
Yeah,
And she has to be careful. Okay, let's go to this position, because I think she has to be careful now.
knight d7, king f5.
Yeah, because if I go rook f3 check, and you go king e4, I think that might be a mistake, because maybe now I can play knight takes e5. And after king takes e5, for a moment you're cut. Now, it still might not be enough.
No, I believe it's not.
But let's say I go g4. Ah, no, this is just, it's an easy draw.
Yeah,
No.
the king is too close.
Yeah, no, it's an easy draw.
No, yeah, with the
f8.
pawn on h5 already, it's difficult to win this one.
Wait, rook f8. King...
Yeah, okay, you could try something like rook f8, actually.
No, I was, yeah, I mean, probably I do keep the knight and bishop on, but just in the rook and pawn ending, if I go king takes and now rook f8.
All right, so you want to go for rook h8.
Yeah.
I need to be able to protect it.
Yeah.
So I have to play king d6, I guess.
And now rook f5.
But here I can play rook e5.
And it's a draw, are you sure?
Yeah,
Well, the king and pawn is a draw. That's...
it should be a draw, right? King f3, I should meet with king f5. So king e6, let's say.
Yeah, that's going to be king f2, king f6. Yeah.
So there are 3 squares between the kings. It's the long opposition, and because it's the h-pawn, it's a draw. So what do we have?
Yeah, it's probably a draw.
He
Knight
played something else.
He went back.
And now she played rook c2.
Yeah, he wants to give check.
And look, he's quite low on the clock.
23 seconds also. Very low, maybe a bit nervous here. Yeah, he gives the check.
King g6.
King g6. Now I really think he needs to go like knight d7. He needs to go knight d7 here. We might actually get that line that we saw, knight d7, bishop d4.
Or bishop g7 even.
Or bishop g7, yeah. Knight d7, bishop g7 I really like, actually. Gives white really no...
All right. 10 seconds.
Yeah,
He
10
has to move
seconds only.
something.
He knows he has to move. 7, knight to
d3.
d3. Okay, also fine.
Oh,
of
that's a
course.
good one. Because she has to keep probably the bishop on the h2, b8 diagonal, no?
Probably.
Not to allow this knight come to f4.
Even then, but yeah, she should probably keep it on that diagonal.
So bishop d6.
Yeah, bishop d6, good move. Now she's keeping control here really nicely.
Yeah, and she is back at 1 minute 43. I believe in Gunay's defense here. Look, we see Pia following the game. Yeah, it must have been a disappointing loss for her today.
Well, yeah, but if Gunay draws, she'll be quite happy, I think, with the...
Is it possible to be happy when you lose?
Well, because this is a team match, it's really more about
The team?
the team. King f5, and she's defending very well.
Right.
And Bobby really out of ideas here. Can't even get close.
Yeah. Now if he allows some rook c3,
Knight
it
e1.
might actually be a draw immediately.
Yeah, knight e1.
So the knight might try this route actually. But here I could play bishop c5 maybe.
No, knight takes c2.
Oh, wait. Oh, the rook is hanging. Sorry for that. So I have to move the rook, right?
Yeah, you have to move the rook.
And where do I move it? Rook d. Rook
Wherever.
d2.
Any square.
Perhaps I could be smart and play rook a2.
That's fine. I
want
guess she
to
wants to
play
go.
rook a3.
I guess he wants to go knight. Let me see. Knight f3 is clever. Careful. Right. Rook
It's
a3,
interesting
knight
because
d4
after
check.
Rook a3, you've got this one.
Yeah, and rook e6, and I win the piece.
Right.
So there are still tricks. There are still tricks. So knight f3, rook a2, knight f3. Yeah, knight e1's a good try actually by Bobby actually.
Yeah, might be. What about... no, I don't really want to play on c1.
Rook c5 played. Okay, he's going to go knight f3. It's not even a debate. And then she's going to go rook d5. Classic. This is what she's going to do.
Yeah. Seems like a very good try.
And then he's going to play like rook
Not sure.
b3. Rook c3 or rook b3 she's going to try here. Whatever he does, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Oh, she didn't. She played... Wow.
So,
She played bishop e5.
Knight e1, rook c5, knight f3.
Bishop e5.
Oh,
Well, I mean, it's fine because the king and pawn is just a draw.
yeah, we've seen that
Yeah.
just some couple of minutes before. Yeah. It seems like Bobby is... Did he win a game here? I believe he made a lot of draws, right?
I don't think he's won a game. I don't remember. I don't think he has won a game. Rook e2. Okay.
So,
Now...
so far, he's been very solid, and
Yeah.
today was quite a good chance for him to
Yeah.
score his first victory. But it seems like Gunay's defense is just good. Bishop f6 now. What's going on? Oh, they need new score sheets.
Yep, they've reached the end of the score sheet. Bishop f6, 27 seconds here for Bobby. And I guess he's going to play something like Well, again, it's so difficult because his bishop is dominating the knight. Rook f2, perhaps.
I don't like that he's going so
7,
low on the clock.
Rook a2. Also fine.
Because you could just get a brain freeze at some point, you know, just
Yeah.
to completely panic
That's
or
true.
something. And you know, actually, I know this kind of a rule that you should never get lower than 10 seconds on the clock in a classical game.
What's that? Why is that?
Because then you could, you know, anything could happen. So
Oh.
it's not acceptable, they say, to go lower than 10 seconds.
I've been
Yeah.
low a lot of times. Rook c3. Hold on. But now if I give it a check.
Which
No.
one? Rook
Rook
a5?
a5.
What about king g6?
King g6. And I've got no good moves, right?
And he actually went for the check, and she will play
Sugar.
king g6,
Yeah.
definitely. There's no other move. Yeah, I don't see this one going wrong for black. Because after knight d2, you've got rook e3 even, right? Or
Knight d2 sets up a nasty trap, but yeah, you can't really go wrong here.
yeah.
King g6 played. Yeah, there's not. She's just holding very steady.
Right. So he played.
Knight back to e1. My goodness.
It crossed my mind actually because now he wants to bring the.
Ah,
the knight
okay,
to
that's
f4,
clever.
And the rook is controlling.
That's
the
actually
e5
very
square.
clever. Yeah, that's actually very clever. So maybe she should go. Oh, that's actually very clever. She's got 1 minute 32. That's a clever. He found
She should attack the rook, perhaps.
bishop d8
I was thinking so, yeah.
to then be able to go bishop c7.
Yeah.
That's clever. But maybe I can go rook d5. I attack the bishop.
What after bishop c7?
And rook g5 check. And king h6. And now I need some kind of
Knight f5 check.
knight f5 check would be nice. Okay, knight g2. No, how do I get out? No, maybe I can. No, I can go king g2.
King g2.
King g2. To play knight f3 next.
But then, all right. So I will have to be careful here.
Yeah, now if I get my king back into
But I
business.
could again play moves like bishop d8.
Okay.
You cannot really keep
Rook
that
d5?
rook here. Bishop c7
Knight
back.
f3.
You've made some progress, actually. Okay, rook c2 check.
Okay, king f1. Oh, sorry, I'm blundering a pawn.
Oh, yeah.
I'm blundering a pawn. Damn. I have
King
to go.
h3 then.
Yeah, king h3. Rook back to c3 though.
Exactly. Now rook
Rook f5, king g6.
yeah.
No problemo.
And rook g5 now.
Rook g5 now.
No, so no, I'm not gonna play king g6.
Okay.
I should not allow that. I could pretend that I blunder and play bishop d6.
Yeah, that doesn't really work. But yeah, I can't make progress here. It's so
Because
annoying.
now after rook f6, king g7, when you take the bishop, I
Yeah.
can take the knight. Yeah, but let's see.
Okay, rook d5 is actually on the board.
Rook d5.
Yeah, this is the position on the board.
All right. So.
And she's got like
Oh.
16 seconds or something
no.
like that. She
Just
needs
don't lose on time.
bishop c7 played as per our idea.
Mm-hmm.
And knight d3. Knight d3. Sorry, we didn't. This is obviously a very good move.
Why?
Because now you can bring the king.
Uh-huh.
So she might go rook c2 here.
But you cannot bring it too close because the pawn on g3 will still be hanging, no?
No, but at least I can, no, because rook g5 check exists. There's all kinds of stuff.
What about a move like king h6?
King f6.
Oh, what?
Okay, well, it's okay. But hold on.
I'm a bit...
You're getting
Scared.
nervous.
Yeah.
I think it's okay.
Yeah.
I think it's okay, because now she might be threatening king e6 or something.
Oh, right. But then you still have rook d4.
You still have
nothing
rook
is
d4,
happening, right?
yeah.
So white isn't really risking or anything. Yeah, this endgame is really interesting. And if I would be on Bobby's place, I would also play it, you know, until I run out of moves. Because you
No,
have
of
nothing
course,
to
you
lose,
have to.
yeah.
You have to.
And it might get down to a very slight score difference in a few rounds. That game might actually matter a lot.
Exactly. Well, you run zero risk here as white, so you just try and play around, but it's not easy. It's not easy to play around here.
Right. And Pia, she's still
Yeah, Pia
there.
is just what a captain she is. She's amazing.
Right.
She's the best.
And you know, I'm actually looking now at the results, and I believe this is the day with the most decisive results until this point. I think we've never had such a massive decisive games moment.
Right, king g2 finally played with 5 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
So he's getting close, but he's okay.
He's not following my rule, no?
No. I mean, after king e6, he always has rook c5 as a bailout. I mean, he's never losing.
But he has to be still careful.
King e6 played.
But also Gunnar has to be careful because now the king is really far away from protecting this pawn, so she can't allow white consolidate here because then she might not have time to run back. So is rook d4 forced if white wants to continue the game?
I think so, yeah, of course it is. It's the only move. And he plays it.
What now? Bishop b6?
Bishop b6 is a move. Oh, wait. Wait, what? Rook e4 check. Wait, this is getting rook e4 check, king d5?
But why not rook b4?
Rook, but then I take on d3.
And then it's a
Then it's a draw. Ah, no! Rook b4, rook d3, rook b6 check. You go rook d6, rook d6. Wait, it's getting a little...
King f7.
King f7, king f7, sorry.
And now after
rook h6, rook d5.
I've got rook d5 and I'm
that's
in
a
time
draw.
to protect my pawn.
Yeah, she goes bishop e5.
Bishop e5?
Yeah.
That might be
Also,
quite
also
similar,
fine.
no?
Actually, yeah. Now you're actually forcing these rook and pawn endings. No, this is a good. This is a really good move. No, this is an immediate draw. What fantastic, Gunnar. So resilient. He really didn't. He rook d8, but now you can just go like bishop f6. Bishop f6, knight f4 check. Sorry, you got to be careful. So bishop c7.
All right.
Bishop c7 is the correct way.
And probably he will have to go rook d4 back.
Exactly, and he has to go back. No other moves.
What a game, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic resilience from the young Mahmadzadeh, who is impressing me every day, even in her losses.
Yeah, you know, I've noticed that it's she's not in the best of her forms
Right.
here. We could see that, but still she fights so well and defends so well, and yeah, a very good job she does.
Yeah.
And I believe it's the sign of a very good player. Because like they say about Magnus, you know, that even when he is out of form, he still makes a lot of points.
Exactly.
Yeah, I believe Bobby's gonna just repeat it, right? There's no point in playing the rook endgame.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's actually going to be 3 times, I believe.
No, I believe it's just a second.
Oh, is it? Rook d...
Bishop c7.
Rook d8, bishop c7, rook d4, bishop e5.
Probably bishop e5 will be the third
Third.
one.
Could be the third one after bishop e5. Oh, he gave the check. What?
He wants to bring it to e3.
d3 and pin himself.
Wow.
King d5? Ah, no, king d5, he can then move the knight. No, wait. Where do you move the knight? Because g3 is hanging.
F4.
King,
And,
okay.
and then I'm not sure you can take there.
Oh, wow. Really?
I don't know, because the king is cut. Perhaps you can, but maybe you don't. Because you've got a lot of checks here, right? Rook c2. It might be still a draw.
Exactly.
But this one?
Yeah, I mean, it's.
How do you play here?
No. I mean, it's.
It might be as well winning for white.
It's not clear to me.
She played king f5.
Yeah, king f5 was the other move.
Oh, but that will mean that he's gonna still try for a few moves here. Rook e3 probably, right?
Rook e3, but he's kind of pinned. But yeah, he can go rook e3 here for sure.
Yeah.
By the way, the last pawn move was on move 59.
So we are now at 76.
Yeah, so if it gets to 109, is it a draw?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
I wonder if she knows that.
I think she does. What about bishop b6 here?
Rook f3 check.
Can I go king e4?
Knight f2 check.
Is it dangerous? No, it's probably
King
dangerous.
d4. Only move. Now I take.
And then
Knight h3.
Yeah, and the knight goes to
And the
f4.
knight goes to f4 and you lose.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's some danger. There is some danger.
So how do you play here?
I don't know. Poor Gunay. On the
Yeah.
on the end of these, it's even though she's showing great resilience, it's no fun.
Yeah, it's definitely. Oh, and when you are playing these ones with black, you would love to be able to force a draw, and it's so annoying when your opponent keeps finding chances, and it's definitely even more difficult with seconds on the clock, and she's down to 15 seconds now. 13,
12. Here we go.
Oh.
9. Got to find a move, Gunay. Don't get
7,
nervous.
6.
Uh-oh, the
5,
nerves.
4, 3.
Bishop d6. Okay. She kept the but now rook f3 check. It's over. Because the king has got no good square. It's over. Bishop d6, big blunder, rook f3 check. White wins.
It cannot be.
Rook f3 check. Maybe
No.
white wins. Okay, let's see. Rook f3.
King
Wait.
e4 is the only
Knight
move.
f2.
King d4.
Okay, let's try this. Takes.
Maybe the pawn endgame is drawn.
Ah, yeah. Knight e4 check wins the bishop. It's
Wait.
over.
Oh.
Bishop d6 was a huge blunder, and he's
Oh,
seen
no.
it. He's seen it all. Big sigh of relief. Bobby Cheng is going to bring home the bacon for the boys. Horrible, horrible,
Oh, no.
horrible way for a
That
game
is-
to finish.
That is terrible.
Yeah, the rook was just unprotected, and she knows.
Oh, no.
There's no king move. King e6, knight f4 check wins. King g6, knight f4 check wins. King e4, and now very simple, knight f2 check. Rook king d4, rook takes c3, and knight e4 at the end. And it's not even close.
Oh, that is heartbreaking.
Horrible, heartbreaking.
That's a terrible, terrible day for the ladies
Yeah.
team. Everybody was blundering where it seemed that they were better or the game would end in a draw. I don't know. Did we jinx it again?
I don't know. My heart really is very heavy for Gunay, and that's enough.
Oh,
And
no.
she's very disappointed. You fight so hard, 5 hours, 5.5 hours, 6 hours, and then you know it's just a horrible, horrible, horrible feeling. And Bobby Cheng, he's not proud. As you can see, he kind of feels bad about winning like that. But you know, you got to take your wins when they come, when you play tough opponents. And you know, Gunay is just so incredibly tough.
Yeah. I'm so, you know, I might actually feel like crying right now because it breaks my heart to see the ladies in such a tough situation now. And they were fighting so well up to this point, and today it was such a disaster.
Let's have a look at the results then from today's round, if we can get those on the screen.
Yeah.
Be great.
Yeah,
all right.
So Ravi won against Irene, Joe a draw against Jansaya, Bobby just won against Gunay, Balash with a very good win against Pia, Eric was the only one from, or was he not? No, actually there were 2 games won by the ladies. Eric lost to Marie, Sabino a draw against Maria, and Julian lost against Olga Giria. Aziz Hussein turned the game around, and actually from a completely lost position, he won against Nino Batsiashvili. Bilal won a nice game against Jovanka, and actually it seemed like Jovanka was better at some point, but he managed to turn that around as well. And Leandro with a draw against Marcel. So, yeah. This means that for the first time in the match, the men's team is leading by 2 points, and the score is 31-29.
Yeah, so the men take over the lead for the first time since the beginning of the match. Yeah, because the women team, they got off to a great start. They were at +6 after 2 rounds. Men clawed it back in round 3, clawed it back in round 4, little blip in round 5, and now the men finally taking the lead. But it's only 2 points. It's only 2 points. There is round 7, 8, 9, and 10.
But it might be psychologically not so easy to get back, to have the great mood they had on the previous days. It will be challenging, and it will be very interesting to see if the ladies can make up for today's loss tomorrow.
Yeah, and what we're going to do is we're going to get the team captains hopefully in with us for basically a quick chat and thoughts on today. So what we're going to do is we're going to take just a very, very brief break, and we will be back in just a couple of minutes with the thoughts of hopefully both team captains. Of course, Pia will be desperately disappointed, but it'll be interesting to hear how she plans to be there as really as a mother figure for the team, because she is a mum for that team. A lot of the players playing very young, and some words of wisdom I think would suit them very, very well. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. See you in a sec. You want me to do? Hello everybody and welcome back to round 6 of Battle of the Sexes. We're not actually going to be joined by the team captains, so we are going to be joined, however, by the last man standing today, and he's still standing because he won a critical game against, for me, when I look at the women's team, and women's chess in general, one of the big talents of women's chess, Günay Mamadzada, apart from the fact that she's incredibly gifted, she's got a talent which a lot of players don't have, which is this tenacity. And she's very stubborn, and she's very, very hard to beat for a young girl to defend like she does. It's impressive, but you got through in the end. Firstly, how are you feeling? How was the game?
Yeah, well, basically it was like a very long game, and it was a dead draw for a long time, but I just kept playing on, and she just blundered this one thing. At the end, she had like 3 seconds on the clock, and she just randomly made a move. And yeah, I mean, it's a huge relief. Actually, this is the first classical game I've won in about 9 months. So.
Wow. Because obviously we knew you hadn't won here, but 9 months, that's a long time.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
But it doesn't feel good to win like this, so...
As I said to you, Bobby, I think you've got to take your wins when you can in a tournament like this. So you ended up winning the game. Now, what I suggest we do is we have a very quick look at the game and the critical moments. I'm sure people at home would be interested in hearing your thoughts. So the opening, well, we already discussed, and we know that this is a popular line to go d6. Of course, d5 is...
Yeah, she mainly plays a Slav, so I didn't really prepare for this at all. I just knew the setup, bishop e2.
Knight of d7 is clever as well, which is...
I had this in the World Cup, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I played castles here, which I checked it after the game. Apparently, I'm meant to play b4, so...
Which is what
that's all I knew.
Okay, and then you got to... And the reason you do that is because you're now in time to meet e5, d5, a5 with bishop b2.
Exactly. And queen e8, I think she just... It was a very interesting idea. I mean, she's got, like, lack of space, but she goes for this f5.
Right.
And it's quite interesting. I mean, it looks like it shouldn't work, but it's not so easy over the board.
Right.
So c5 I thought was critical, and
yep.
I should play knight of 6, and then, okay, maybe we can go through it quickly because it's a long game, but yeah, so, okay, there's heaps of options. There's heaps of options, there's so many alternatives in every move.
Right. You took and went knight c4. Yes. I mean, this also...
Oh, you looked at B? Okay.
No, this is imported through, so we didn't look at any of these lines. These are just imported lines.
Yep. Yeah, takes, rook a1. Yeah.
Yeah, so knight c4, okay.
So, yeah, I expected takes. Bishop e4, I expected. Yeah, knight e3, and then I thought I was doing very well here because I'm threatening knight g5. And when, which is very annoying. So I should play queen g6, and then... so queen b3 makes sense, queen h8. Yeah, I thought I was doing really well here, but then after knight d2, I thought I was doing well here, and she was like down to 20 minutes. Yeah. And then she played dc5, and I couldn't find a move. Like.
We were looking.
So I thought maybe critical is to go some f3. I was spending heaps of time on this f3, bishop f5, and I was thinking g4 here, which looks kind of. I mean, looks very dangerous. But the point is, if she plays bishop d7, I can go knight dc4. This is one point, and it feels like a sort of computer line that might be very strong, but I don't know. It was
hard to play.
Yeah, it's hard to play, but I have a feeling maybe the computer will think this is very strong, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
But yeah, I took on e5, and I knew this was sort of leading to like I saw this line where it leads to this endgame where I'm a pawn up, but it's very it's very hard to win. But I just decided to play it safe. I didn't want to open my king too much with this g4. I'm sure I missed heaps of things here. The position looked quite good, but
I mean,
this is all forced.
This is all forced, and then
I was thinking about rook d1, but then I didn't like queen takes e4, rook takes d7, and I think she has queen f4 here. And then if now I didn't really want to take too much risk here. She's got bishop d6 next as well. I really don't want to lose this game. So
losing this.
And I was down to like maybe 10 minutes here as well. So I just played knight c5. I knew this was leading to this pawn up endgame.
Right. So all of this is almost forced, isn't it? You get this.
I don't know if it's forced, but it's very natural. Yeah, and this should just be a draw. I mean, it's opposite color bishops, and firstly, I need to trade the queens because my king is sort of weak.
Right.
So
you pin.
Yep.
you do this, and then she has this.
Yeah, some tactics, but it's just all simplifying tactics. Yeah,
simplifying tactics, and
was that nice?
This is cute to show.
Yeah. No,
taking here would be a huge blunder because
not a huge.
Well,
it's just a draw, right? Yeah.
It's just an immediate draw.
Yeah.
Reminds me of what game was it? The Marshall game. Yeah, vaguely.
Yeah, vaguely.
But yeah, that's an immediate draw. So of course you can't play that. You have to take the queen, bring the knight back, and we have this ending where
and this should just really be a draw because the only trades that are good for me is if I trade my bishop for her knight.
Right.
But trading the rooks just makes it pretty dead draw. Trading the knights, obviously.
But you did manage to do that. You managed to trade. Yeah,
she was very low on time. Like rook d8 was definitely a mistake.
Okay.
She must have missed 95 because now.
Right.
Yeah, when you have like 2 minutes here, it gets very uncomfortable.
Right. Yeah. So rook d8 was a big blunder, huh?
I don't know if it's a blunder, but yeah, it's definitely inaccurate.
She has lots of moves, doesn't she? G6.
She can play anything. Yeah.
Anything. H5.
Yeah, anything.
No, not H5.
Probably not H5.
H5, 95, but G6 looks sensible, doesn't it?
Yeah. It should just be a draw.
Should just be a draw.
But
you managed to get...
actually, because this is very uncomfortable when you have 2 minutes left.
Right.
And rook e8, because it looks like I'm borderline winning here after bishop e7, rook
e1. Yeah, you've got him...
I don't know if I missed something, but yeah, I also had like 2 minutes here, and I'm not sure if h4 is best, because she can't move a rook, she can't move a bishop. Her next move, she can't play knight c6 because of bishop e5. So basically her next move is knight f5 and then move the rook. Oh, but then I have bishop f5. So she has to play like knight f5 and then knight d6 and then move the bishop. But I have a few moves to do something. Like I felt like this is like my one chance, but I also there's no
King f1. That looks like a good move to me.
Yeah, I didn't see anything.
Yeah, because maybe now.
Yeah, so when she plays knight f5, I take it and I have a better version of the endgame.
Right.
I don't allow this f4. But it was very. h4 is so natural.
Yeah, so h4.
h4, knight f5, and then I couldn't see anything. Okay, I went takes, rook e5, and king f7. Obviously I can't take that pawn. Yeah, and I played g3, and I thought maybe I'll get some good endgame where... So basically I'm dreaming of some endgame where I play like g3, f4, king g2, and then I keep the rooks on, and then the pawn on f5 will just drop eventually. But she played f4, which is a very good move.
Really good move, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was really good, because she only had like a minute left, and... so now she trades the f-pawns, and then we get this endgame where... it should be a draw, but I can play on forever, it's not comfortable.
It's not pleasant.
But she defended very well.
She defended extraordinarily well. I thought rook a8 was a really good try.
Yeah, rook a8 I have to... Actually, but I thought rook a8 because after I give it a check, like in the game, I played rook d3, rook a6. And now, after check, she gets her king stuck, cut off on the f-file. Because if she plays like king g7, I have rook f6.
Yeah, that's what we were looking at. Exactly.
I don't know if this is winning or not, but...
I think it is.
Like, she probably doesn't want to allow this.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know, like neither side can move here. But I go like h5, h6.
Exactly.
And she doesn't want to play h6. So, yeah. So she got her king stuck on the e-file.
On the e-file.
But even then it was probably just totally fine.
Yeah, knight f6, rook a7. We
can probably speed through.
Yeah, we can speed through here.
King g4.
I would like
Actually, she has to be careful after king g4 because I'm threatening knight g5, and if he takes, king takes, and that endgame must be winning.
That endgame is bad. So rook a5.
Rook a5 was a very good move, and now I'm like stuck for ideas. I just moved around. Rook f1.
We looked briefly at this ending.
It's just a draw because takes. Rook h1.
Yeah, rook 8.
I can't go to the h file. My only winning try is to go like g6. Because if I go rook f6, king e7, rook h6, she just goes king f7, put the king on g8. That's just a theoretical draw.
Yes.
So I have to keep the king cut off. So my only try is to play g6 takes king g5. But then she goes rook a8.
Yeah, and she's in front.
And she's in time, well in time here,
Yeah, she gives all the checks.
Yeah, even if my pawn was on g4, even g5 I think is...
No, on g5
so
it's winning.
G4 is still
G4 is still a draw, but g5 is winning,
Yeah. Okay, so knight g5 didn't work, so...
Okay, so you couldn't try that.
So I just moved around. Rook f1 doesn't improve my position at all.
Right.
I'm just making a move. Like if she plays rook b5, I have no idea what I'm going to do.
So there was a bunch of...
But yeah, she played h5.
h5 I thought that was good.
Yeah, it's sort of like... She doesn't have to do it,
no,
but there's nothing wrong with it.
There's nothing wrong. Because actually in the game, she did really well restricting...
Yeah, because if she gets her bishop to g1, I just can never move. Like,
right.
Basically, I have to keep stopping like bishop d4, bishop g1.
Exactly.
So that's what play kind of revolved around, and then. Okay, I mean,
there was this line here with rook c2. You probably saw check and knight d7.
Yeah, and then bishop d4.
And then knight f8.
And then king h6.
Yeah, and king h6. And now I thought rook f7.
Yeah, I saw this. Yeah, I saw this. But then bishop g7.
Yeah, and bishop g7, and there's nothing here, right?
Yeah.
But it's quite cute that you're both threatening
we're both
the same kind of mate, which is very unusual.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just shuffling around. I was just trying to stop bishop g1. I was just trying to keep the game going, basically.
Right. And then...
I mean, she could just repeat, but she chose not to. I don't know why, but it's totally fine.
I mean, it's still totally fine. I mean, even around here... I mean, knight e1 was a really good try,
Knight e1, she has to be careful, yeah.
Yeah, rook c5...
Rook c5 is fine, yeah.
Probably fine.
Okay, I mean, every move is fine, but...
Knight f3, bishop e5 is still fine.
Yeah, bishop e5 is totally fine.
This is still fine.
Yes, it's just a draw.
It's
knight e1 again, yeah.
Knight e1 again was nice, yeah.
Yeah, now she has to be careful again.
Yeah, now she has to be careful.
Because she played bishop d8, like, when I played knight e1, she had like 2 minutes, and it's just a tricky move. And I think she was about to play rook c1 here, which I think is just losing up to knight d3. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she was like reaching for the rook and then she stopped, but I think she was
bishop d8 is good.
Yeah, bishop d8 is really good. I was really annoyed when she didn't play rook c1 and then she actually played the correct move.
She played bishop d8.
Yeah.
You have to hit the bishop.
Yeah, this is just another...
Yeah, and now you have to block.
Yeah. And
king f6 is really good.
Actually, I didn't see king. I thought she was just going to play king h6 when I still can't make progress, but then she played this and I thought this is probably going to be an immediate draw because she just keeps attacking my rook.
That's what I thought as well.
Yeah,
we were in the game.
But actually it's not because...
Amazingly, it's not.
Because bishop e5, so what she played...
And what was wrong with bishop b6?
Bishop b6, no, knight f4. Knight f4 check.
Ah, knight f4 check. So you have to keep the bishop there, right? Yeah.
So rook d8.
Rook d8. She attacks.
Yeah, I went back, and the reason she didn't play... Because like originally I thought after rook e8 check, king d5 is just a draw. But because the point is rook e3, king d4.
Exactly.
But actually I can play rook c8 here. It's not so simple.
Rook c8?
Yeah, because if she takes, I think that game is losing, actually.
No.
I think it is.
Really?
No, but rook c5.
Rook d5. And we're offside, sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
And
so
rook
I'm not sure.
Oh, no, rook
maybe rook e3 holds, but it's very close.
It's close, huh?
It's very... No, rook g7? No. Oh, no. Yeah, it's very close. Maybe this still holds. But you don't want to go for this.
You're right.
So but it's much more natural just to bring the king to f5.
Right.
Which is what she did.
So she went, king f5?
Yeah, and then I played rook e3. And then she had like 30 seconds.
And here she blundered, basically.
And then she went down to 3 seconds and just made a random move, I think. Because she can just play rook c2 check and I can't do anything. Like rook c2, king f3, rook c3, I literally have no moves.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Gunnar, she played bishop d6, and now
I couldn't believe my luck. Actually,
she runs into this fantastic idea of rook f3, and only has king moves that run into checks, and then, obviously this is just mate, and if you come here, then you lose the rook, and if you try and come over here and protect the rook as per the game, she resigned after knight f2 because here you can just win a bishop. So bishop d6 was a horrible blunder, and that's what happens. Sometimes you just get tired and make a blunder at the end. Bobby, I mean, an important win. Important for the boys as well.
Yeah, I didn't really see too much of the other games, but I think we did pretty well.
Really good day.
Okay.
Means that the boys are 2 points ahead. Well done on your first win, and now the ball is back in the court of the girls to see if they can stage a comeback.
Yeah. All right. This is the first time we've taken a lead, I think. So.
That it's the first time in the match. So, well done, and thank you again. It's been a long day. Thank you everybody for staying with us for the whole day. But we are back tomorrow. The action does not stop. Same time, same place. Are the girls going to be able to recompose themselves and get back into this match, or is the floodgates going to really open and boys start to take a big lead going into the home stretch? We'll see you tomorrow. See you then. Thanks again, and have a lovely evening. Cheers.